Recording in progress.
Morning, Scar. Morning, Slalo. Slalo,
Morning, so.
unjani?
Hayi, sinyamezele sowakhonto njani wena?
Ngiphelile nami sihlalo. Inkosi
Yes,
akhona. Andiyazi Sihlalo, noba uzawufuna mhlawumbi sibe ne-comfort break ye-5 minutes, andazi. Xa
yes.
ndijonga i-program yethu because inde kakhulu. So I'm thinking
I will,
mhlawumbi,
I will ask from i-members, ne?
all right, okay. Uba
Yeah,
zifilisha
kukhona
all right.
i-member entsha ezasijoyina kuba uMrs. Adams the whole of this week akakho kunye
Akakho,
nathi.
all right.
So, but uMr. Radebe ucela ukuthunyelelwa i-documents.
All right.
Ngicabona yeah.
Okay, Sihlalo. Ngophi ngurhadebe okanye
Radebe,
Rhadebe.
yes,
All right.
yes.
Lo idla ngoba yi-whip
Yes, yes,
winner. All
sis.
right. Okay, all
Yes.
right. Sihlalo
Okay.
ndiyamthumelela ngoku.
Okay. Okay, ke sweet mom.
All
Thank you.
right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sis.
Chair.
Hello, sis.
Hello, I have sent you a message that called me at school. I'm rushing to fetch my granddaughter. I think she's not okay.
Okay. If you just put on your phone.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues.
Morning, Mr. Mhlongo.
Mhlongo. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Mhlongo. Morning, Soleka. Morning. I'm suspecting it's Monday. That voice.
Yes, it's
Yes.
Monday. She's on
Okay.
air today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, all.
Good morning, Honorable Dennis. Thank you.
Are you Chairperson?
I'm surviving. I'm fine. And you? How are you?
I'm fine. A lovely day in Cape Town, so I can't complain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning, DDG Sumai. Morning. Let me check that. Are we almost there with everybody? Honorable members, we are having a longer agenda as Usoleka is going to put on the screen. But honorable members, let me take this opportunity to greet all in the platform. First and foremost, today is Tuesday. It's a cabinet meeting. But I spoke to Minister. He agrees that whilst the cabinet is starting at 8:30, at 9 o'clock, he's going to come back to the committee, and would love that. We must prioritize him on the agenda point number 1, because also he's supposed to go back to the cabinet. This is an apology with the request, honorable members. Honorable members, we are starting today's meeting at a period when the world is confronted with conflict. The simmering conflict between Israel and Palestine has reached a war level. As a country, we have experienced the impact of oppression, as you know, and the conflict. And we don't wish a war in any nation. We call on the silencing of guns to ensure that the peaceful resolution to the conflict between Palestine and Israel. I'm believing that our government also, on behalf of the South Africans, are sharing the same sentiments, which as this committee, I'm suspecting we're all concerned about that. But honorable members, I'm suspecting without say a lot of things, we are hoping that by the day that the Bogies and cricket are playing, what minister is going to brief us as an issue of international, which is also affecting us as South Africa. But as this committee, we know that USAIDs and even WADA can confirm about the doping issues in South Africa, that were doing well. But let me not speak about what minister is going to tell us. I'm hoping that we were all concerned when we see the media and everyone who's have passionate about our South Africa as flag. And also, may I just report that in the item on the agenda, also I've asked the Secretariat to invite Dr. Herman Tembe in the Office of Institutions Supporting of Democracy to come and outline the process, which it's in the agenda with the letter that the minister wrote to the chairperson, forwarded to the committee members. So I'm suspecting we'll be handling every item in the agenda. But now let me take this opportunity. What is going on in this charter now? Let me take this opportunity and then to hoping that OAG is with us, hoping that the department is with us, but also as a chairperson, I'm having report that today Honorable Adams is not with us. In place of herself, we're having Honorable Khadebe, Honorable the whole of this week. Honorable Adams won't be with us with other engagements which she has been given. So far, I'm welcoming everybody who's in this platform, hoping that we'll be having a constructive and lengthy discussion of this agenda today. I'm seeing that I'm seeing already the hand. I'm still not calling any hands. I'm still doing my opening remarks. I will ask Honorable Denise to respect that. Yes. And in our meeting today, suspect also, I wanted to share with the honorable members to tell you that Honorable Mteto has been undergoing a very serious, maybe I can say, family problem of his son. We're hoping, Honorable Mteto, that God may put his hand to that sign in the hospital. And as now starting this meeting, Honorable Malomane will be joining us lately because she has just called at school. The kid is not well. I'm hoping and I'm praying that it can be all those things that our kids are being fed at school. On that note, I will ask the apologies when department department is giving us who is here, and then do that apology. And Ms. Mbali Sotes, when you introducing yourself in this forum just now, you'll give us also the apologies, and then from there I'll be presenting the agenda, in order that we must adopt the agenda, and proposing that in the agenda we must start with the Honorable Minister, as I have indicated that he is going to leave us because of the cabinet, but prioritizing this agenda of ours. I thank you. Acting DDG or the minister or whoever who must introduce minister, maybe if minister can say something, or if acting DG can say something, and followed with the apology in that way.
Good morning, President.
Morning, Honorable the Minister.
Morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good morning to members of the committee. The officials from the department are led by the acting DG, Dr. Cynthia Stella Ntombifuthi Khumalo, who will then introduce the rest of the officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Zizi. I'm suspecting you are not knowing my another name, because we've been knowing we have Dr. Stella. We're not aware of this Ntombifuthi. Another name of mine, it's Nomvuso, in order that one day I'll hear you introducing, leave that one of Oshkosh. One other day I would love to hear you say Deputy Nomvuso. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee, the team from AG of South Africa, and my colleagues. I would switch off the video, Chair, with your permission. Present in the meeting from the department are the DDGs, DDG Sumaya Khan of Sport and DDG Mandisa Chikwatamba of Corporate Services. We would like to table an apology for the DDG for Heritage Promotion and Preservation. He has to represent the department in another parallel engagement. But we also have quite a number of officials with us in this meeting, Chair, because we are dealing with a performance report. So because it cuts across, we have brought the Chief Director for Infrastructure, Lebogang Mokwera, the Chief Director for Heritage, also representing DDG Ndima, is Ivan Langefeld. We have the Chief Director in charge of monitoring and evaluation and also planning, Mr. Manasseh Makwela, he's acting Chief Director there. We have the Chief Director within for Active Nation, Tebogo Tebihai, under DDG Khan. We have also present in the meeting the Chief Director responsible for international relations, Ms. Tiniko Kosa. Those would be, or we also have the director from entity oversight, Mr. Sibusiso Tanyane, and we of course we have got the Chief Financial Officer. Israel is also present with us here in the meeting. Chairperson, I also want to just indicate that we have officials from ministry led by the Chief of Staff, Ms. Nontsikelelo Bakwa, but also there's officials that are here that are coming from her unit. But I also perhaps need to indicate, as you have indicated also in the past, that we also have been joined by our new parliamentary liaison officer, Ms. Vui Manyandela is also present here. I'm not going to mention the names of the other officials from ministry, but suffice to say they are also present. We also have the director from the office of the DG who's leading the team from the DG's office, including the parliamentary liaison officer from that section. Chairperson, I have indicated already the apology in terms of DDG Ndima, but I'm also aware that the apology for Deputy Minister was submitted to the Secretariat of PC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Acting DG. Mbali, can you do so? Follow this suit.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Also passing my greetings to the Honorable Minister and also the colleagues from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. My name is Mbali Tsotezi. I'm the Acting Business Unit Leader in the AGSA. I'm joined this morning by Umpemeti Sidebe. She's the Senior Manager responsible for the portfolio of Sport, Arts and Culture. We don't have apologies, it's just the two of us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbali. Zoleka, do we have any other apologies that you want to give to us as we have welcome you all, hoping that you are all here as our assisting staff, secretariat, researchers, content advisors, maybe any other staff who are from the parliament. Do you have any other apologies, Solega?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As already mentioned, we have an apology from Ms. Adams and an apology from the Deputy Minister. And also, Mr. Mteto has indicated on the chat that he will leave the meeting early, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm suspecting, honorable members, you can agree that these apologies are in order. Can now honorable members present the agenda? I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Mhlongo. Can I ask the adoption of the agenda by honorable members or any other issue that members want to put in the proposed agenda? I thank you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, we've just received, thank you very much, Chair. I've just received a notice that Honorable Van Dijk will join us, but she has network issues. I think we must note that apology if she's not contributing.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Yes, Chair, on another issue, the issues of the agenda. I think I'll propose we support the agenda with this amendment that when the minister talk about item 2, which is its world anti-doping, can we have response time immediately because he'll be leaving. Apology.
Okay, it's in order. Thank you, honorable members. I'm proposing that the agenda, as Honorable Mhlongo, accepting it with the rider that the minister must remain, that we must engage with the agenda number 1, point number 1. Duduzile Sibia, honorable member.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. I'm seconding the agenda adopted by Honorable Mhlongo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the agenda has been adopted. To you, Honorable Minister, can you take us through?
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much, and good morning to members of the committee. With your permission, I shall switch off my veto in a colorful South African flag.
No, we are very handsome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The South African flag is flying through you now.
Very high.
No, thanks very much, members of the committee. And thanks, Chair, for your indulgence as well as your understanding for me on behalf of the department to briefly outline what steps and action we have taken since WADA announced the declaration of states legislation as non-compliant. And I have no doubt that members of the committee are quite familiar with what WADA is and what it stands for, its mandate, as well as South Africa's commitment to anti-doping, which is unquestionable. If you look at the South Africa in terms of being the #1 country in the continent, a leading country in terms of anti-doping, we adopted the first legislation before WADA introduced a new code when it comes to issues of anti-doping. But as you are aware that WADA, through its compliant review committee called CRC, time to time they do what is called auditing of compliance of entities as well as countries in terms of anti-doping. It found that in the CRC, which is a compliant review committee, found that several provisions of the Trade Act, which was adopted by Parliament, which is an act of Parliament, several of these provisions are non-compliant. Mainly, those provisions have to do with definitions, because what the Trade Act did, the code which was introduced later after the act was already promulgated, it introduced new definitions in terms of the law. And therefore, there was a suggestion and a timeline in terms of the process of the need by states, which is ourselves, to do amendments in terms of those definitions. There have been since then to's and fro's between states and WADA in terms of those amendments. To fast forward, the draft bill, as it currently stands, it was then submitted to WADA. WADA has since accepted the draft bill and with amendments. And I'm talking about as recent as immediately after their decision, adopted and accepted the draft bill as it stands. Following that, the draft bill was then presented to Cabinet. Cabinet of South Africa has now approved the processes of releasing of the bill. It's now the draft bill before the Office of the State Law Advisor to see, among others, whether the amendments are not in conflict with the principal law or the principal act of the Republic, which is the Constitution. I'm just explaining the processes which have now since followed. We have about, in terms of the WADA decision, we have about 21 days to file an appeal or dispute, in which appeal, when filed, it will then suspend the consequences, which I'm aware members are aware about the consequences of a country which is banned for non-compliant. We are this morning filing that dispute of appeal with WADA. We think that there's been a number of inconsistencies in terms of its declaration. One of which we think that the classification of the legislation, amendments to the legislation, to be classified as non-compliant, that was incorrect. And there are a number of other reasons that we put in the appeal. But without going to detail of technical reasons why what is entailed in our appeal, what the filing of appeal would essentially do, it will then suspend the consequences of their decision. In other words, between then and this Friday, of course, their decision and the consequences were not effective. As we file an appeal this morning, again, those consequences, it will hold them in abeyance and suspend. But again, parallel to that, I have in person subsequently have had a conversation in writing with President Banker. President Banker is the president of WADA, to seek an audience in person to explain to the president of South Africa's unquestionable commitment to anti-doping. And I think that it's important that that meeting must take place. We have no doubt, we're quite confident that the two of our national teams that are performing in the world champs now, in India as well as in Paris and France, will not be affected as they have not been affected in the last 20 days. I mean, less than 20 days since the decision was taken. We're quite confident that South Africa, the consequence of the decision of WADA will have no effect even post-Friday, which is the last day, it's the 21st day since the decision was declared. So we thought we should just bring that into speed. We had to take a number of days since that decision was taken so that we get as much information as possible as grounds for our appeal, which we think, having interacted with officials from WADA, they are quite reconciliatory to our approach, given South Africa's commitment in the past to anti-doping. It's not like we're a country where athletes have been found to have used what is called prohibited substances. We're not a country which has been found to be a repeat offender of anything. We think that what we may have to have a discussion with President Banker as well as WADA is their timelines. There are timelines in terms of legislations and in the context of South Africa's lawmaking process and parliamentary processes. It can't be done over a month. There's got to be an element of public participation. Although now the bill has been approved by Cabinet, members of Parliament, members of the Parliamentary Committee would be aware that there's a parliamentary process which has got an element of public participation, which is quite important in terms of, in the context of the South African democracy, constitutional democracy. So that is where we're at the moment. We would this afternoon make this announcement, but we already this morning already declared that we are filing a dispute of appeal with WADA on matters. And I must indicate once more that post 21st, which is Friday, it will the consequences will have no effect in terms of the appeal which we are filing this morning. I thought I was just at a high level, Chairperson, bring members of committee into speed about the work that we are doing. And I think, I just wanted to assure them that whilst there may be anxiety somewhere that this issue will affect our participation in the flag, the national anthem, it's not true. Because I think as we participate even now in India, there are no signs. As we participate in in Paris, there are no signs anywhere that the consequences will be implemented, because they are in the engagements. We are in conversation between ourselves and WADA. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought I should just at a high level give the committee that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, Minister is having our 5 minutes to seek clarification. I'm giving you, honorable members, that opportunity. I thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members. Silence means consent.
Chairperson, I've raised my hand.
Chairperson,
There's no hand now. There are hands. Honorable Dennis, Honorable Boy Mamabolo, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Morning to the Ministry, and thank you for Chairperson for placing this matter as a high priority first on the agenda. And thank you to the Minister for the feedback. I just want to bring to the Minister's attention how the DA works within this committee. I have raised this question on the 10th of February 2022. I have raised a written question to the Minister, and in May this year, there's 2 paragraphs in my speech which I have raised the concerned Minister about, that the department or the entity rather should do something about it. So I've raised it from my side as my responsibility from my party. So I just wanted to know if the Minister says that Cabinet has approved it. Just want to know when was this Cabinet meeting? Just to know the date. That it probably was this week. And then I wanted to know if there's any date sets for the meeting with President Banka or with WADA. And I would like to know if WADA will have to officially inform us after we will lodge, according to the Minister today, if we need an official response to know that it is legal, that we are covered as to what the Minister has explained. And then I would also like to know what the Minister means by public participation on this matter. I think a SAGE that needs to probably be managing that. And then, yes, we will take the Minister's word, but I think the Minister is right. There was a panic button press in the public, in the media, but it's a panic button, I think, from the Minister's side or from SAGE, not from the DA or from the media, who has last year already wrote about this. But I'm happy that the matter is on the agenda now, and that there is a temporary solution. But if we thrive ourselves on good governance and world leaders in this field, which we are with anti-doping, then we must also put our money where our mouth is. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution and questions, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Mamabolo Boy.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo mme Beauty Dlulane, ke lebogele tona tša dipapadi bogabo le setšo ntate Good Enough Zizi Godwa product ANC Youth League mokgatlo o mogolo. No, Chair, we welcome the presentation by the Minister, especially a decision by Cabinet also, because this was all over the media. People were saying, hey, Boko are going to win World Cup. We thought the flag being wasted, blah, blah. The Proteas there at the Cricket World Cup, they're going to play without their flag being wasted. This government is failing us. So, Minister, we really appreciate the clarification, and we hope that will be on top of the issue. I'm just here to appreciate. We appreciate your work, Honorable Minister. I'm just, thank you. I thought the Boks are going to win World Cup without our flag being wasted. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mamabulo, with your contribution, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Good enough, Zizi got. Minister, I firstly, this issue is a national importance issue whereby we have to treat it vital in a sense. Firstly, your office must acknowledge letters that come from members of this committee. Just acknowledge, even if they don't respond, because you understand your office is a political office. Because if there's no response, it shows that the minister is absent. And it's shocking sometimes to get information from the media than to get information from you directly to us as a committee. And I applaud you for us to get this information that there's an appeal. Now, Minister, I wanted to find out, can you share with us, with your confidence, and share with us the context of the appeal? Because nothing has been said today. There's an appeal, but we don't have details. Now, we need details, information, and the context of the appeal. And does the department and the minister has a backup if WADA board may not consider this appeal? Given the tightness of the deadline, when can the information when can the committee get information on the outcome and the decision of the so-called appeal? And Minister, one of the things that I want to put you to on context. Yes, we are panicking. I was panicking. I'm part of South Africa, and we believe yes, there is a public participation process, but I believe one of the things that made this issue to be a public of importance, we tend to relax or to postpone or to peg issues. One of the things that we must not allow, that our team must go for finals without national item, and for our national sporting teams to risk, especially when they're not going to raise their flag high in these World Cups, 2 of them lately, because it's cricket and rugby. Due to the poor incompetence of this government, I think it's that, because we have processes that this issue came in 2021. We are in 2023 today, as we speak. We knew that there's amendment coming, there's no processes, and there's incompetency for us to play these issues. Now you are telling us it's only name definitions. The issues that South African organization that included on the amendment, it's not only the name issue. And I think the deadline, it's looming, and we believe this incompetency must be destroyed now, not only on the appeal, because I must know what is the backup of the appeal. And we argued the minister to have noted their timelines. Yes, you spoke of public participation. Those timelines are not even provided, because it's a learned processes when you talk about public participation. It must go to provinces, it must come back, it goes to us, goes to NCOP. Now, we believe we have to introduce, and we believe that even the minister can support the introduction of private members' bill. That members' bill goes quickly in a sense that we support this, and we make sure Amapogo and Protea will lift the flag high. But we support the appeal, Minister. We're not saying we don't support it, but take us to confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. As I'm seeing no other hands, Honorable the Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much to members who made a very positive and constructive contribution. The first point I would like to make, there is no reason to panic. And there's simply no reason to panic. I think post-Friday, our national teams, as well as the country and all our athletes, will continue to fly our flag. I have no reason. I'm confident of the work that has been done so far. to the point made by Honorable Member Dennis Joseph, let me just say that I would at a certain point, Honorable Member, announce a process to investigate what happened. And I think it's important for me not at this stage to go into much details and make speculations of incompetence and so on, because that must be factual, not just statements. Hence, at a particular time, there's got to be investigation. How did we get to this point? I think it's important, so that when that question is asked, not only must I satisfy myself, but also must satisfy the portfolio committee and the public. How did you get to this point? But it may be too dangerous at this stage, given where we are in terms of the global sport. We make speculations about each other. It does not help at all to make those statements. It just creates unnecessary anxiety and speculations. So whether indeed there will be an official statement by WADA after, of course, we do indicate in the appeal. The appeal is an appeal. I did mention one element of the appeal, for example, the classification of amendments of the legislation to say they are non-compliant. There are certain articles which explain what is the process in terms of amendment to the legislation. 3 months before prior decision and 3 months after is given. And there's a long process that is given because it takes into account that the processes of legislation or lawmaking in any country are not the same, including in our case. For an example, in their decision now, declaration, they say between now and January, we should have finalized the process. When we look at South Africa's parliamentary processes, that may not be possible. We do outline that very clear in the appeal, without suggesting that we're questioning their wisdom in terms of, but in South African context, we don't want to be found that again we did not meet the timelines. So we're suggesting to them very reasonable timelines, that during this process, we think between now and March or May or April of next year, those months will be more reasonable. Because for us, if you talk about December and January, already they are off. I mean, in terms of public participation, in terms of parliamentary processes and everything else, it's non-activity. So we are basically left with 1 month, which is November. We're already in October now. So our appeal is based on material conditions and taking into account the law processes in a South African context. But again, I must appreciate some of the comments really made by members. Like I said, comments made by Honorable Member Dennis, they are quite helpful about where the process comes from. But I think it would be premature of me to already make pronouncements whether this was responsible or that was responsible. I need to investigate or where this matter comes from. If there are any lapses in the process, what happened, if there were any correspondences. My office responds to anybody, regardless of their political affiliation. We don't operate like you say, it's my political office of my political organization. We respond to anybody, and we have listened to everybody. Honorable Mhlongo knows about it. We don't look at your colors or for the attire of your organization. I'm a minister of state, not a minister of a party. I have an obligation by constitution to make sure that I serve everybody in South Africa, regardless of their political affiliation, which in any instance, it's not a matter that I consider before I serve anybody. So I do want to assure the committee, want to assure the members, including yourself, Chairperson, that since this matter came to my attention, we've been working all around the clock, not only after the decision. We've been working around the clock to make sure that we appreciate that the consequences are very dire. If we don't do our work, the consequences as outlined in terms of articles of what are quite dire to any country, that you may not be allowed to host, to fly, and do everything. Hence, we're working around the clock to make sure that we don't even contemplate to see a situation where our country finds itself under those conditions and because of those consequences. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members.
Chairperson, my questions were not answered.
But how can you just do that whilst I'm on the platform?
I apologize, Chair. I've raised my hand. I apologize.
No, and I'm seeing that you didn't lower your hand, and that's why I was just speaking. I was thinking that this is an old hand. I'll give you, because I was already on the platform, I'll give you to say and say what we are saying. Honorable Mhlongo, we have got it right. I was going to say thank you for this latest briefing, Honorable Minister. You are aware that when these things are happening, we are all being members of this committee, saw them on the media, and some of us being chairpersons, we are called every now and then, but through your office, not sleeping, and with myself, the chairperson of this committee, I didn't want to respond publicly because I've got a mandate to account to the committee, together to do oversight to the minister. Whilst minister was briefing me, whilst I was seeing all what is happening, but I was being a discipline cater of this committee. I didn't want to jump the gun because I'm a chairperson. We waited for this moment, Minister, that also you prioritize. And before you leave us, and before I give Honorable Mhlongo, in the agenda, Minister, I will ask the honorable members to allow us as a collective members of the committee that on this letter from yourself on the appointment of PanSALB, committee members will love you to allow us that we can discuss without minister, because I've asked the office of ours as committee members that the office of Linguistic must come and brief us in order that we must follow and respond to the minister's letter. So there's that thing, which means that it doesn't need that he must sit with us. We received the letter, we read the letter, and we've seen that this letter is belonging to these people whom we invited. They will come after we've dealt with the other important issues in the agenda. Your follow-up question, Honorable Mhlongo. Thank you so much to all honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize, Chair. Last
No
time,
problem.
I sincerely apologize.
No
Chair,
problem.
since the minister doesn't want to answer my question, I think the time will tell. My question was, Minister, given that you went on Friday, you sent a statement that you're going to appeal. Give us the context of the appeal. We're doing an oversight to this committee. Worst of all, Minister, you're saying, I've sent an email to your office and I've even put it on the Twitter account. They did not respond. I'll send you via a WhatsApp message, a screen grab to show the email went to the office. Now it shows good your office does not respond to committee members or to Mr. Mhlongo, to me. Now, Minister, the second question, what is the backup that the department and yourself you have? Let's say WADA board, they don't respond to the appeal. What mechanism or what are we going to do? What is the next plan, given the deadline that we have? Because the outcome can be positive and negative. Now the panic comes in, but time will tell, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Maybe even myself, I've forgotten to say that immediately, Minister, finalization of what we are telling us as this committee, through the legal advisors, will be getting information in order that we must be aware whether it's this Section 76, as we are saying, all of us knowing the processes of until then, that the state law advisors will be giving you and you to our good selves the information. So I'm suspecting from there, today we are joined in place of Honorable Adams by a programming whip. I'm sorry to raise that. The member, he's got another what do you call, another portfolio outside the committee, that he is here, he's listening for the first time the process, and I'm taking upon me, honorable members, that after this meeting together with you, you will be getting a fast-tracking information as Minister, I'm suspecting, doesn't have any problem to share the legality of this situation, in order that we must plan accordingly as the committee. I thank you, Honorable Minister.
No, thanks very much. You have answered, I think your last comments answered the first question, partly the questions asked by Honorable Member. I'm sure we can share with the committee the information. As soon as that information is done and sent, we will share that information in terms of the legal content and everything else that is contained in the appeal. Secondly, I maintain honorable members of the committee have at least a privilege, which many people don't have, to ask these questions to the minister or any other body. So I don't think members of the committee would expect me that I must answer their questions in platforms such as Twitter. I won't do that. When I'm required to explain anything by this committee, I'll make sure that I avail myself. If there is anything that has been sent to the office, it's not because it was not answered because it comes from a member because of his or her party. And if that is an issue about not being responded to, I'll follow that up. But I can assure you, even before I see that, because I don't receive any correspondences that are processed by certain units. So it cannot be because it was a certain member because of his or her party. And I think that assumption is completely not factual and is wrong. That is not how the government department works. The options that WADA has, in the case that they are not convinced or themselves they got different view to the appeal, they will take it to CAS, which is a court of arbitration on sport in Switzerland. In itself, that is another process. There, we would have to go and defend ourselves. That takes a little bit of time. So hence I'm saying there shouldn't be any anxiety about this, but I appreciate the fact that maybe without information, people at this stage now, at least it must help to ease the tensions, to lower the tempers, and so on, because we're able to come before the committee and explain. People now have information. We'll do the same to the country this afternoon to allay and make sure that we assure the country about what else we want to do. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You have heard what my rider about your letter. Your letter is going to be addressed today. We invited the relevant office to come and give us the process. We are not yet responding to your letter. We've noted that we have received your letter. By today, after this office is going to outline the process, we'll respond as a committee to you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we are releasing you now. So thank you so much to always not sleeping, answer the chairperson who is presenting the committee, no one else, when things are like this, and you always prioritize this committee. We do envy you. You are now released.
Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Honorable members, this is very important time with this committee as we are coming to the end of the term, that we always see things like we are a citizen of South Africa and a sport and arts loving committee. Now, honorable members, I'm taking this opportunity to go to the second point, that each department must brief us on their first quarter in this as the as the agenda is indicated. Thank you, Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would take the committee through our first quarter performance report. It is reflected on the screens. Ludwig, if you could please put it on slideshow. Thank you very much. Chair, the presentation would cover an introduction, performance overview, departmental performance over results, and then I will speak to the program-specific performance. I will try and summarize as much as possible, Chairperson, and not talk to the slides verbatim. Then the last part, that last bullet, the Chief Financial Officer will take us through the expenditure report. The purpose of the presentation is to report to the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture for accountability as it is required by law, and also to enable the committee to provide oversight on the work that we do as the department in this particular instance. Just as part of introduction, I would like to just indicate that in terms of our strategic plans, our annual performance plans, our annual operational plans, we take into account and we are guided by the National Development Plan Vision 2020, which is a key framework that is guiding us as a department and as government. We also take into account Treasury Regulation 5.31 in terms of having put in place performance monitoring and evaluation measures in the form of our units that deal with monitoring and evaluation, but also in terms of the internal audit process that our performance reports go through. And this particular first quarter report has been audited by our internal audit unit. And we've taken into account the challenges confronting us as a department in the implementation process, but also just to note that this is a first quarter report, so focus in terms of the beginning of the financial year does become mainly dealing with administrative matters that need to be in place before any programs and projects can be implemented. If we then go into the performance, the summary of the performance overall for this first quarter is that we had a total of 19 performance targets that we needed to have implemented. And as a department, we were able to implement 18 out of that 19. And there is one target that was not achieved that we'll then talk to in detail. So if we look at this at the next slide, that target that was not achieved falls under Program 1, which is the administration branch. And that one target is the number of izimbizos that should have been held. And in this quarter, we were to implement 3 of those imbizos, and we were only able to implement 1. And mainly the reasons would be cited. It was around the transition period and the finalization of the handover. When the quarter started, these imbizos are ministerial imbizos, and they have to be led and informed by the minister in terms of content and location. The overall performance as shown in the graph is talking to what I just said. In the next is this slide, Ludwig. It shows that in terms of the line function or the core business units, They all managed to achieve 100% against the targets that had been set for the first quarter. It is in the space of administration where we have got that one target that we have mentioned. I will then, Chair, quickly go through each program and talk to the specifics. As a reminder, Program 1 incorporates Ministry Management, which is the Strategic Management and Planning Unit, corporate services covering HR, information technology, marketing and comms, risk management and legal services. But also reporting under this program is the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and also we have the Office Accommodation unit that falls under this one. So in as far as performance of Program 1, they have several performance indicators, Honorable Chair. And we are indicating all of them, but we will focus on those that we're due for reporting. However, to indicate that this unit deals with the issues of enrollment of interns, our monitoring and evaluation unit, when they do their work, they would not just focus on those that are due for reporting in that quarter, but they would also monitor and look at the portfolio of evidence against even those that are not due for that particular quarter, be it second, third, or annual target, as it were. The other responsibility is around the prioritized the manual services that are modernized, and those have been tracked. They are not due for reporting. The number of the sports, arts and culture awareness campaigns activated to profile the work of the department, those have also been monitored but are not due for reporting. The one on the next slide is the one I was referring to, the number of izimbizo that we held. The target was 3, we were only able to hold 1. And we have, as indicated, had to give the opportunity to Minister to, because he prioritized the stakeholder engagements as Minister came in, and this was actually falling within the period when Minister's focus was on those stakeholder engagements with different stakeholders in the 3 sectors that are serviced by the department. We, however, have put in place a catch-up plan, Chairperson, which is looking at how we use the remaining quarters of the financial year to catch up on those izimbizos that could not be held in the first quarter. So if we move on, the next slide shows the other performance indicators that were due for reporting in this quarter, and that those were achieved in the form of the percentage of valid invoices paid and also the percentage of councils boards that are fully constituted. You will note, Chairperson, that we are reporting 100% of invoices paid, which is a total of 2,531 valid invoices that were paid timeously within 30 days. And we also have got 28 councils or boards that are fully constituted. So that will make Program 1, Chair. If we then move to Program 2, again, a reminder for the members, it deals with issues of recreation, development, and sport promotion. And the units there are Winning Nation, Active Nation, and infrastructure support. In terms of the performance indicators, again, the same trend that I was highlighting in the previous program. There are those that were not due for reporting. For instance, the number of athletes that are supported through the scientific support program, while M&E tracks and monitors, it wasn't due for reporting. The next slide shows the number of athletes supported by sport academies. We want to indicate that we were able to achieve more than 100% and doubled the figure there in terms of the number of athletes that were supported. And this is mainly through the department having responded to the call to support more and more provincial federations. Hence, the figure is sitting at 1,174 athletes against 500. Again, in the next slide, that talks to the number of people that are actively participating in organized sport and active recreation events. we were able to achieve more than the set target, our figure sitting at 101, 407 and 17, above the 70,000 target. And this was mainly due to the recreation activities that were linked to national days, but also the fact that this financial year we're hosting the Netball World Cup, and activities around the 100 days countdown and the trophy tours attracted a lot of participants, and we have captured that. The number of sport and recreation promotion campaigns and events implemented, we were able to reach the target of 1 through the Move for Health activity or event that was held in Khayelitsha, Western Cape. Number of school hubs and clubs provided with equipment. Chair, it's not due for reporting. However, what we have done on the next slide, if you go to the next slide, Lodwick, we have given you indication, Chair, that in terms of the breakdown of the support thus far, looking at schools, looking at hubs, looking at sport clubs, and the breakdown that is provided there is per province, giving an overall total of 323 at the bottom of that slide. If we look at the next performance indicator on the National School Sport Championships, it's not due for reporting, however, it is being monitored. The number of learners participating in the district school sports tournaments, we were able to achieve way more than the target of 10,000. Our figure in terms of the learners that participated is at 63,335. And we've given the reason for deviation. I'm at 2.7 now. Yes, we have given the reasons for deviation in that particular slide in terms of what heightened the activities and the dependencies that made it possible. In terms of the number of municipalities provided with technical and management support during construction, Chair, it was 50, and we were able to achieve 50. It's one of those targets that we are reporting on in this financial year. In this reporting period, Q1. The number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks are being monitored, it's not due for reporting. The number of heritage legacy facilities, which is including the resistance and liberation heritage routes, sites that are developed, maintained to transform the national heritage landscape, it's not due for reporting. However, it is being monitored continuously. That will be the last one on program 2. We will then move on to program 3, which is arts and culture promotion and development. And this covers the national language services, cultural and creative industries development, and the international cooperation together with social cohesion and nation building and Mzansi golden economy. Please move, Lodwick. We will then move directly to the performance indicators. Number of multi-year human language technology projects supported, not due for reporting. However, as we say in our monitoring report per quarter, we have checked how far this particular performance indicator is progressing, as we have done for the others. Due for reporting is the percentage of official documents received that are translated and edited or edited. We have achieved 100%, and this is against a total of 135 documents, official documents that we received and we're able to translate and edit, Chair. And our clientele here is national government departments and the national public entities. The number of bursaries awarded per year for the development of qualified language practitioners, together with the number of local and international market access platforms supported, these indicators are being monitored, but we're not due for reporting for the first quarter, together with the number of capacity building projects supported and the number of provincial community arts development programs, also not due for reporting, but being monitored. If we look at the next slide, number of youth-focused arts development programs financially supported, together with the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide financially supported, and the number of international strategies. I've moved on. A number of international strategies developed and the number of moral regeneration projects supported by government. All of those that I'm just summarizing, Chair, is because they are not due for reporting, but we give assurance to the portfolio committee that we do our internal tracking and monitoring of those, even if they are not due. Due for reporting this quarter is the number of community conversations, dialogues implemented to foster social interaction per year. The target was 5 for this quarter, and we were able to do 6. And this is as a result of us responding to a request from the United Nations High Commission for Refugees to implement and foster dialogue around the plight of refugees in our country on World Refugee Day, which we participated in, hence being able to achieve 6 against 5 there. Next one for reporting is the number of advocacy platforms on social cohesions implemented by social cohesion advocates. Because our social cohesion advocates are found throughout the country, we would then have requests for partnerships that go to them. And as a result, even though our target was 5, we were able to have 7 of those advocacy platforms where a program was implemented. The number of projects through which target groups are supported is not due for reporting. However, the number of National Day celebrations held for this particular quarter that we are reporting, that will be the Freedom Day and the Youth Day, and both of those were held and celebrated. Celebrations were held. The number of projects in the creative industry supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy Program, target was 9. We were able to support 9 of those projects. Number of artists placed in schools per year, together with the number of reports produced by SACCO, not due for reporting. However, we track. Number of films and documentaries supported telling stories of the history of liberation, cultural and heritage, imported, not due for reporting, but we still apply our internal monitoring and evaluation to track progress. Chair, I will then move on to Program 4, Heritage Promotion and Preservation, which covers the units which are Heritage Promotion, National Archive Services, and the Public Library Services. In this particular branch, the 2 that are showing in the next slide, the number of students awarded with heritage bursaries per year, and the number of books documenting living human treasures published. Those were not due for reporting this quarter, however, they have been tracked. Number of public awareness activations on the I Am the Flag campaign, the target was 6, and they achieved 20, managed to do 20 activation, and this was as a result of a partnership with KwaZulu-Natal to reach many schools in the rural King Etwayo district. The same would apply to the number of flags provided to schools. Target was 30, and 31 flags were provided to school as a result of the same activation that we have referred to in the previous performance indicator. The number of workshops hosted to advance knowledge of national symbols, we did 3 against 2, which was the target, and the additional 1 was in response to the Gauteng Department of Education, who also availed funding for this particular intervention or workshop. The number of heritage legacy projects where exhibition content is developed, not due for reporting. The number of progress reports on resistance and liberation heritage route sites received and analyzed. The target was 1, and we were able to have that 1, which we received and analyzed. The report was received and analyzed. The number of records digitized, the target was 79, and we were able to achieve a total of 549 records that were digitized, being made up of treason trial data belts, 57 of those, and 502 truth and reconciliation audio tapes. This was as a result of increased human resource capacity for digitization made also Chairperson. The number of libraries financially supported per year, target was 32. We were able to financially support 2 in the quarter under report, that were under review. The last one under Program 4 is the number of gazette notices on standardized geographical names published, not due for reporting. but however, it continues to be tracked internally through our processes. Chair, that brings me to the end of the performance report. I will now hand over to the CFO to take the meeting through the financial performance report as of the end of June 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Yes.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and morning members and colleagues. Yes, I'll be presenting expenditure report ending 30 June. If the chairperson allow, I'll then switch off my video. The expenditure for the end of June, Chair, there was a target that was about 26%, which was supposed to be 1.7 billion that we need to spend for this current quarter. But instead, we spent 1.4 billion, which is 22%, and then we underspent by about 3%, which is 228 million. And then on that, composition of employees did have an under expenditure of about 5 million, and that 5 million represent 1% of under expenditure. And then that is for 3 months, which is April, May, and June. And then moving forward, we have put things in place for in case we did fill some of the posts, but unfortunately, we also have a lot of internal promotion, hence other posts also become vacant. But the under expenditure on the composition of employees is only 1%. And then with our projection moving forward, Chair, is that we are going to be able to spend the 100% of the composition of employees in this current financial year. And the next item was on the goods and services. One of it was IT, and others was on more into feasibility studies that we need to do as a department. And we could not able to appoint before the end of April because that was the intention. Next slide. On the next slide, then it will be transfer payment, Chair. In general, our main contributor to our under expenditure is composition of employees and then also transfer payments. So the overall of our transfer payment and expenditure is about 200 million, and that is based on the money that we're supposed to, for in case transfer to federation. So MOUs could not be finalized in the first quarter, hence the payments could not be made. And also the issue of PSP4, which we planned to pay a lot of money in the first quarter, but unfortunately the panel could only sit in August, which is in the second quarter. But those processes have unfolded, and then we will be catching up in the second quarter, Chair. And the next slide. And then you have a capital expenditure. We also didn't have a target there, but Chair, it's safe to say that given that we thought at least by first quarter, we'll handle the issue with our implementing agent, which Public Works, because they implement 2 major projects, which is Sarpatman and HVAC. And along those projects, they are carrying about 200 million. So by the first quarter, unfortunately, the agreement with the DBSA was not yet finalized. Hence, we could not make any payments to that. But we did anticipate it, like I said, in the next slide. In the next slide, we indicate that the projection on the capital was put little, it was around about 2 million. So that is why I'm saying that, but moving forward, we think that we'll be able to catch up in terms of our capital expenditure. And then can you go to programs? Next slide. Next slide. And the next slide. And then, Chair, this will be the program performance of the department. The administration program spend about 25%, and then against the 26%, and then program 2 spend 15%. And the reason for that is the capital project that I was talking about, because the budget is within program 2 of infrastructure. So that about close to 200 million that I was talking about is sitting in program 2. And then arts and culture promotion, We did overheated there, but then we still have the PSP that was supposed to be paid there, because here we did overcommitted. We spent about 539 million, but our target in terms of cash flow, we projected that we must spend 698 million. And heritage and promotion, we also said we are going to spend 556 million, but we only spent 545. And that is about less than 10 million under expenditure. So on overall, Chair, we have spent 1.4 billion, which is about 22%, against the projected expenditure of 1.6 billion, which was 26%. Next slide, I'll be taking to economic classification. Compensation of employees, I already said that the under expenditure is 1%. Goods and services is more under expenditure based on your feasibility studies and IT equipment. And then transfer payment is your federations. As you see, we are sitting at 23 against the 26%. Next slide. And then that is also the payment on capital asset. The overall budget is 286 million. We only spent 1.3, and indeed, like I was saying, that we did project lesser, given the fact that we knew that Public Works has to sign a new MOUs with DBSA for those projects that are not been moving with the speed that is needed. So hence we project very less. But we will be seeing the movement moving as we go to the third quarter, because we can report now that at least the agreement between the DBSA and Public Works has been now finalized, Chair. So we're expecting at least now to start seeing expenditure moving with that speed. So like I was saying also, Chair, we did spend 1.4 billion on economic classification against the budget of 1.6 billion. I'll end, Chair, here. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Madam Chair?
Yes, so. Hello.
The department is done. It looks like the department is done, Madam Chair.
Yes. I wanted that you must put this off and this, thank you. Thank you so much, Acting DG. Now I'm thinking that this is the time that we must interact. Honorable members, I was thinking that what do you call it? Auditor-General is going to report on the findings, but if you did, subject to be corrected, if you have read the tabling of Auditor-General, I was seeing as if it's an annual reporting. If I'm not correct, they will correct me. But I felt that with the office secretariat, let's give a department this opportunity and let's deliberate. And my feeling is that let's release a department after this deliberation, because the Auditor-General is coming to brief us as a committee, because I'm thinking that they can't come and brief us without briefing the department. And then if we are agreeing after the deliberation of a department, we'll release them and deal with our own things as from point 5 until the end. Now I'm seeing the hand of, welcome, Honorable Madlingozi. We are aware that other meetings, you were also having some challenges, which we did get your apologies. We are welcoming you again, Honorable Madlingozi. The first hand is Honorable Madlingozi. Honorable Zondi. So far on that order. Honorable Denise, Honorable Sibia, Honorable Mtetwa. In that order, honorable members, I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the department. Chairperson, there are so many questions that I realize that the department is here to report nothing, basically, because they keep on saying they have been monitoring things, but not ready for reporting. Now, Chairperson, what does that mean? Does it mean that the department have incompetent people hired in this department, Chairperson? And it looks like the department will not have time to report as next year is here, and we won't be able to see the same people. Chairperson, what is the main reason that makes this department to be a not ready for reporting department? It is very important, Chairperson, for us to know what makes it to be so. We can never be called here, Chairperson, and be told that we should not panic when nothing is being reported to the committee, but it is due for internal processes. Chairperson, we are being told that everything is due for internal processes, and what does that actually mean? Chairperson, another question that I have is, what is the department, how is this department evaluating itself in terms of the work done or not done by it during the Netball World Cup? Chairperson, I'll stop from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madlengos. I'm not responding for each department. I must tell the honorable members that today each department is reporting on the first quarter performance. First quarter performance. Maybe when they indicate, to my understanding, saying that we are not going to report on this, because we want first quarter report on the 17th. Honorable members, each department is coming to report the holistic from first quarter until this quarter. Maybe I'm not responding for each department, but I want that we must know where we are as a committee, because on the 17th again, each department is coming to do a reporting to us. Thank you so much, so much, Khadebe. The next person is Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And good morning to you and the department. Now, welcome our visitors now, Chair. Chair, firstly, I would like to welcome the well-presented report by Umatobane and her department and her team in the department. Chair will have few issues to raise with the department. The report, Chair, indicates the overall under expenditure of 228 million. Chair, one question on program one. How is the department going to ensure this does not reoccur in the next quarter? The second question on program one, Chair. On the quarterly report submitted by the provincial department and other key entities, what measures does the department use to verify and validate such reports with efforts to minimize fabrication by the department? The third one, Chair, the department, there is a trend that suggests that the department is overachieving its targets in this program. That is program 2, Chair. Indicator. Now, I just want clarity, Chair, on the mechanisms used to overachieve its targets. And also, does it means the department has set low targets because of this achievement on its target? Chair, another, according to the department, the APP for first quarter, the provision of equipment and attire was not stated. Why did the department suddenly make this target a priority on quarter 1? Chair, given that some shopping malls, especially during a World Cup, rugby, for instance, and cricket, go to the extent of providing viewing space to their patrons, and the flag is a significant part of viewing space. Did the department consider conducting an evaluation of the flag program and its impact in nation building? And did the department observe such initiatives as mentioned? If so, are there any plans to enhance those initiatives on the flag program, Chair?
Thank you, Sibonge, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like to thank the department for the presentation. Chairperson, I just want to start off by saying that, in my view, the department did well on the planned targets for the first quarter, 22.5%. However, if one look at 22.5%, in comparison with, I would say, 25%, that was probably the target. But in comparison with the money spending, the 1.5 billion out of the projected 1.6 billion, it's a big shortfall of I think 228 or 29 million that was not spent. And I think I support the question by the previous member to how would we ensure that it doesn't happen again. Otherwise, the underspending will be bigger. Chairperson, I want just to, in program 1, I noted the ambitious and the target that was set there, 3 targets, but I would like to know what was the reason that we did not follow through on all the targets. Then in program 2, under Recreation, Development and Sport Promotion, I would like to also ask the question in terms of the previous comment about overachievement. It's good, but how does it happen? What is the factors there that brings about an overachievement with a target of 70,000, the number of people actively participating in the sports? In program 3, Chairperson, I note the national days of celebrations, and I just wanted to know if there's a record of the attendance and just the type of event. I would assume it's 27 April and 16 June. The type of events, what influenced the type of events, and that through sports, arts and culture on their days. And then program 4, Chairperson, I would just want to ask, under the heritage promotion, who has the final say on the routes and what processes are in place to help with the identification of the routes or the sites, the resistance and liberation heritage routes? And then on the finance side, Chairperson, I want to just ask, I think there was some information on a new service website or internet, the cost thereof and the time frame to install that. And then on program 2, also just the announcement that the minister made in one of the speeches or the questions some months ago about Sarah Bartman. I think it was 85 million. Where is that in the process? Our contribution, what is happening with that money? And the cost of the Sarah Bartman Museum exhibition planner, the cost of that project, and if the disputes have been resolved that existed there. Chairperson, that is my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Sibia.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for the presentation. Chairperson, on program 2, the Silapa initiative is one that was accounted for to have programs running, but there is a lack of accountability and evidence for that work, especially since it dealt with sensitive matters that we need as a country. And we would like to know how much funds were spent on the Silapa initiatives. With regard to AMA Project 8, was a delay of the 8 projects of the target groups supposed to be supported, and what was the cause of those delays? First quarter performance. There are provinces such as the Free State, Mpumalanga, and Western Cape where provision was not done at all. Can we get a clarity as to why this was the case? And the last one, why is it that school from Gauteng on slide 23 are the only ones provided with equipment? Yes, Bongela Chairperson.
Sikubongele nawe mhlonishwa obebekekileyo Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Chair, I want to agree with Honorable Madlingozi that the report seems to be a template and box-ticking exercise, because the focus is on internal monitoring of the performance of the department, as opposed to the intended impact to the society. I would have loved to see a report that says, on 90 students that were placed, 40% of that, they achieved the intended outcomes, 60% or 30% of that, they failed, and given the reason why, so that we learn from these exercises or these initiatives what to change and to better our approach. Also, as Honorable Zondi succinctly puts it, the interventions are supposed to reflect on impact intended and not just meeting of targets. We would like to be told, for instance, the issue, we know the mandate, the national mandate post-1994 is to see women participating. We want to hear how many women were participating, actively participating in those sports. Which sports are those? How many young people benefited and participated? How many disabled people were also involved? So my questions are as follows. I want to know what does the department mean when it says artists placed in schools? What kinds of schools are they referring to? Secondly, what processes that constitute your internal monitoring and evaluation? As I do not hear anything about the external monitoring and evaluation of what the programs you were running have achieved. And the third one is that the often painted picture is that of the department being a well-oiled machinery that often gets derailed by technicalities. like the reason we're given about the imbizos, that it is because of the transitional process and not incompetence. I want to find out where there are proven incompetencies of members, staff members. What does the department do to rectify that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable members, I don't see any other hands. And then I would love that honorable members, they must lower their hands in order that I must know when they are doing a follow-up meeting. DG.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions. I would want to just request that we take the questions per program as we respond. I will therefore allow DDG in charge of program 1 to deal with the questions that fall under her space. DDG Mandisa, through you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, ATG. Noting that program 1 also includes the area of finance, so I will skip the finance-related questions, ATG, with your permission, and leave CFO with them. And then starting with the questions specific to program 1, I think I can start on the ones that are talking about M&E measures, though we do have our M&E head in the meeting by the name of Mr. Makwela. But I do want to put forward that we have a very rigorous process of M&E, a process that is ensuring that we do what others would call floor to floor in terms of verifying information that we get. We have a special team cohort of young people that are employed specifically just to look at the evidence that we are receiving from the provinces, tying up the numbers with the reports that we have received, where they're supposed to be registers in relation to what is reported, making sure that the numbers in the registers, they are tying up to the figures that are reported. Of course, the process is manual, and here and there, some errors do occur, as one would have seen, for example, in the report from AG, that they would pick up that there is a variance of some numbers, but usually those numbers are not very high numbers, but for audit purpose, a variance is a variance, even if it's a matter of 1. So this process, again, we have tried our best to say, how do we amplify it? We are even having a special committee now that has been established, working with the provinces, making sure that the provinces do, at their best level, understand our process, and therefore they do take the quality assurance process very seriously. So we give, through this forum that we have established as of effectively this financial year, starting late last year, another layer of quality assurance. In addition to that, and finally, we are looking at minimizing these human errors by making sure that we don't get the reports just at the end of reporting, at the end of the quarter. So now we are trying to make sure that we are getting numbers monthly, so that the process of verification is not too under stress at the time of reporting, because of the short timelines, as we have specific timelines by which we have to complete our reports. And knowing that our heavy information is coming from program 2 data that is coming from the provinces, Now we're even looking at a process of making sure that we are automating feeding in terms of data from the provinces in the reporting system. We had a desire to be done with that e-reporting system this year by the time we get to the financial year end. However, our process was a bit derailed because National Treasury informed us that acquiring that system is one of those things that we can only do through SETA. So we had to park our internal procurement process and follow the SETA process, which is giving us some challenges. Whilst I'm saying not perfect, but I'm illustrating that the process, we are trying our best to be as rigorous as possible. And then go to the imbizos. Yes, we have mentioned through the report that was done by ADG that out of 3 targets that were meant to be, 1 imbizo was held. But whilst we could have done 2 imbizos, we can count on the calendar of that month close to 6. When I'm saying 6, I'm not talking about just one-on-one meetings. I'm talking about bigger meetings that would include sector consultations that minister has had. That would include portfolio meetings as that minister would have had during that time. It's only that though those were bigger engagement meetings, the way we have described how imbizo is, we could not make use of those engagements and report on them as imbizos because those were ministerial outreach programs. And as an example, an imbizo would qualify as an imbizo if minister was with an MEC in a specific province or was with a member, mayoral executive member in a specific district. Whereas even the outreach programs that minister was undertaking just to get to understand the sector he has joined equally were high volume in terms of outreach engagements that he has held with many in the sector. And then going to the next question, I'll talk to the issue of I'll leave the Silapa one. It falls under program 3, though they came together with the one on the NPOs. I'll talk about the 8 NPOs, cause for delays. There were various factors in this particular year that caused some delays for us. Let me first explain that in the previous year, we had a high number of applications such that there was a decision that was made in 2021 that we were not going to advertise. So there was a year that was skipped, and then came 2022. We advertised, made a call for proposals. And I think because of the gap, many applications came through. So we had just a high volume of applicants that were received that had to be processed, and that took us by surprise, and that took time for us to clear registering and assessing those applications. Secondly, what contributed to that number, we also had some changes of some kind in the program for 2022-23, taking off and splitting the youth component. But people, when they're applying, they still missed that. So we also had a number of applications that were not necessarily meeting the criteria. Following that, we also had a decision that was made to say, as part of just winding down, reducing the volume of what could be looked at, a decision was made by the panel to say, okay, maybe to be fair, let us consider people that were not funded at all before, that were never funded before. But the consequence of that is that it meant we are engaging with people that do not know our system at all. So whilst the proposal is there in terms of other papers that they have to submit for legal vetting of their applications, they were taking time as well to respond to us to an extent that others, they had to be visited, which helped us, because out of that process, we learned something. We learned that perhaps to say we can rely on these applications, on the paper they present to us, is not enough. We have to go and visit them before we sign off, which is something that now we have added in the process, having learned that sometimes we end up with NPOs that have very fragile governance systems or have none at all, you know. So when we have to take them through the legal vetting process, the process becomes longer. We also, in that process, hit National Treasury timelines, because if it's a new applications, we have to register it with the National Treasury to create a code for their payments. When we were done with that in December, Treasury had closed the office that is dealing with that. So we could only do that towards the end of January. Effectively, the response to us came from Treasury end of January. So even if we thought these projects were projects that were going to be implemented from December, most of them coinciding with the 16 days of activism, we were late in that process because of the reasons that I am explaining. But we have learned, as I said, from that process, and we have, as an example, this year, done two things, shorten the process, but even Treasury, they have learned to assist us as well, that these applications must be sent before December, which was not clear to us before. Now we know to a point that the approval submission for approvals for next year is already in process now, almost towards legal vetting, which has to take place before we submit them to Treasury. So whilst I'm explaining the reasons, I'm also factoring in some lessons and improvements that we have factored in the process. Yeah, I think others, though they are talking about reporting, I think they are for specific programs, ADG. I'm not sure I've left anything. I'll try my best to write down everything.
Thank you, DDG. Can you address the issue of incompetences in the department? How do we deal with that? There was a question from Honorable Member on that.
I think that question, yes, it was tied with the issue of monitoring, for what I understand to say. We keep on saying we're monitoring, but what is the impact of this? I won't say it's an issue of incompetencies in the department, but I could say, yes, in the department, there are areas that are overstretched, given the vacancy rate that we have been through. Even if not overstretched, we always have areas where we have new people often, given as well the turnover rate that we are experiencing, or if it's not a turnover rate, the movement of people, as if we were to take the committee into detail about what is happening in our process of filling vacancies and why we are not closing the gap. There is also a huge movement of people, which is good, again, in terms of lateral grooming of our people, but I do accept that can have a negative knock-off effect because we are constantly having these gaps that we have to close. However, we are doing our best in terms of empowering our people, using our bursary program. Also, in addition to the bursary program, we spend much in terms of the expected levels, prescripts, regulations, the PSA, taking people to courses, and we are also trying our best to find partners to augment our budget where we think we're going to have budget shortages. As an example now, we're trying to work on an arrangement with a SETA relevant to us, the CAT SETA. I think, ADG, that is enough just to say that there could be gaps, but we are not oblivious to those gaps. We are doing our best to empower our people.
Acting DG, just a moment. When we were raising questions, Honorable Mhlongo was not in the platform, but as now you answering, I'm seeing his hand. I will give him, when you finish answering the questions, that he must raise his questions. I'm aware that in some areas, the load shedding can kick them out. But I was wondering when you were asking questions that he was not in. So, Honorable Mhlongo, lower your hand. I'll give you the chance. DG.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. We will now address the questions that were related to sport and also those that spoke to infrastructure. DDG Khan will start, and then Chief Director for Infrastructure Support will also come in after her. DDG Khan.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, ADG, and colleagues. Chairperson, just apologies. I just have a bit of a cold, so I may not be very audible, but I'll try my best. Thank you very much to the members for the questions. Chairperson, let me first indicate very quickly on the issue that was raised by Honorable Mandlingozi around how is the department evaluating itself, especially during the Netball World Cup. Let me indicate, Chairperson, that the Netball World Cup is a project of Netball South Africa. They did receive government support, and post the World Cup, there is a process of Netball South Africa and the board actually meeting to look at all the work that has been done to finalize it and to start writing the reports. So they have started to write the reports, and the interim reports, the first drafts, have been circulated to board members and to Netball South Africa for their input. But any report also requires reports of other entities, and any narrative report must be accompanied by audited financial statements. So there is a timeline that they've put in for all of those reports to be finalized, and World Netball is expecting Netball South Africa to submit the final report in December. So I would believe, Chairperson, that we would come before the portfolio committee, because you must also remember we had to take the cabinet, get cabinet approval for this event. So we will have to take a report to cabinet as well. So we will take that report to cabinet and bring it through to the portfolio committee once it's all finalized. I do know that the portfolio committee has also called on Netball South Africa to present themselves to the committee, and I'm certain that they would also indicate their processes in evaluation. Chairperson, the other issue is around the issue of that has been raised by Member Zondi and also Dennis around the overachievement. How does it happen? And yes, you know, it could be, and there has been comment around setting too low targets, but Chairperson, especially in our mass participation programs, we may set a target, but it doesn't exclude anyone else who wants to participate. And there are some activities that does not require additional funding for participation. So people are allowed to come in and pay. It doesn't mean if they don't get a t-shirt or they don't get a goodie bag at a big walk that they're not allowed to participate. So they would come in and they would be allowed to walk. There's no additional cost to the department, and we count them in as the numbers. So that is something that then increases the target, or shows overachievement in our indicator, talking about the number of people participating in sport and recreation activities. On the area of the overachievement in the support to athletes at academies, a chairperson, the target is the indicator is delivered by the provinces, and the provinces get requests from the sports federations. So depending on the requests, you would plan to maybe have a certain amount, but there are requests that come up based on performance of our athletes. So if an athlete has been identified to participate in a major event, and the whole process is for them to get support in the areas where they live. So they go to the provincial sports academies where they get support for in terms of their high performance program through the academies program. And a case in point also, especially in the first quarter, chairperson, was that Banyana was going to the football World Cup, and their players at some point went out of camp and they had to go home. So there was a request from SAFA and from the coach to say, please, can we assist them? Those players that were at home, they wanted to continue to train. So please, can the academy support them? So that support was given to our football players who were participating in the Football World Cup as well. So for that reason, we had numbers that exceeded the target. And then, chairperson, the other questions that were asked was around the equipment and attire. And yes, we didn't have a target. We didn't set a target for quarter one. And that is based on what comes to us from the provinces as well, chairperson, because many of them start the procurement in April. And it is quite tricky, and it's risky to say that you will achieve any target because you're dependent on the procurement processes. So it's safe to say rather we count that procurement spend in quarter two. So for that reason, the provinces don't set, they set the target. So it's not that they don't get equipment at all, but it's just that they set their targets to get the equipment in either quarter two, quarter three, or quarter four. Those provinces that get it in quarter two, quarter one, most of the time they're procuring in quarter four of the last financial year, because that's how they plan themselves. So they buy in the last quarter of the financial year so they can start quarter one with equipment. But different provinces, based on the finances that they have and their own planning, will then set the targets when it suits them best. So all provinces get equipment. All of them have it as an indicator. They have it as targets in their business plan. It's just that they get it at different times. And then, chairperson, the issue of the Sarabatman and the infrastructure, Mr. Mkhwela will speak about that. I think I have covered, chairperson, all the other issues that were raised by the members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DDG.
Thank you, DDG Khan. Lebogang on infrastructure.
Thank you, ADG. Good morning to Chair and to honorable members. I think there was only one question asked by Honorable Dennis regarding Sarah Bartman, and have a sense exactly of how far we in terms of the progress we are making as far as that project. But the question had two parts, the infrastructure aspect, as well as the exhibition aspect, which I will leave to the colleagues from HPP to deal with, of course. But from the infrastructure aspect, honorable members, safe to indicate actually that the project is one of the projects that were allocated to Development Bank of Southern Africa through the Department of Public Works, which used to be our implementing agent. Surely following that specific allocation, the DBSA requested to be allowed time to do its own due diligence. And for the better part of the Q1, they were doing that due diligence. It was only in July that they have accepted the project and confirmed that they will then continue with the implementation until the completion. Progress to date, I know this may not necessarily fall within the reporting period of Q1, but just to indicate to honorable members that the progress to date is that as of the 29th of September, the tender was issued by DBSA after having satisfied from its due diligence. Tender was issued for the appointment of the contractor, which tender will then close on the 17th of October for appointment of the contractor. And post that process, of course, there will then be a signed handover to the contractor and a resumption of the construction work. That is as far as Saraba. And I only picked that question from the honorable member regarding infrastructure. If I've missed any ADG advice, because my network has not been.
Thank you, Lebogang. I think that was the only question that we had on Sarah Batman. But as you say, program 4 would also just talk to the issue of the museum. Ivan, if I can allow you to then come in together with addressing the issue on the I Am the Flag program, how we enhance the initiatives. The question from Honorable Member Zondi. Ivan.
Thank you, ADG, and good morning, Chair and honorable members. And thanks for the opportunity to provide information in these two areas. The Sarah Bartman exhibition planner was appointed in the second quarter of 2022 last year at an amount for the entire project of planning and installing the two exhibitions at the center, an amount of 6,151,879 rand. So it's roughly 6.1 million. And the service provider, which is the Coy and the Sons Research Center at the University of Cape Town, is progressing with the implementation of the project in accordance with the implementation plan. They've just completed the research report and also a concept for the exhibition, which will be presented for approval within the department. I think now that we are very close to appointing the service provider or the contractor for the completion of the structure, the critical thing would now be to align the work of these two sets of service providers so that as the structure is being completed, the content for that container is also then developed and installed, and there's complete alignment, so that when the building is finished, the content would also be very, very close to being completely installed and functional. That's in terms of the Sarah Parkman Center of Remembrance, and particularly the exhibition component. The second part, if I may, Chair, is the question on the impact analysis on the I Am the Flag program. Yes, we actually submitted a request to the South African Cultural Observatory, which is the entity doing the research for the department in terms of arts, culture, and heritage, and the various areas around it, including the impact, to do exactly that for us, to enable us then to determine how do we enhance the currently programs that the department is implementing with regard to not only the flag, but also the other national symbols, the anthem and the coat of arms. We'll be working with SACO to undertake that research, and also to advise us then on areas where we can improve. The last such study that was done was in 2001, commissioned by the then Department of Science and Technology. And the aim of that study was to determine the public recognition levels of the national symbols. And we used very largely, or to a very large extent, the findings of that study to come up with the 3 programs that we are currently implementing. That study found that the recognition levels throughout the population was very, very low. And its recommendation was that the department embarks on a massive popularization drive to ensure that awareness is created, but also education. Hence the Flag in Every School project, which is one leg of the popularization campaign. Also an national symbols exhibition that is rolled out on key days, Heritage Day and others, but also throughout the year. Also since 2002, the printing of the national symbols of or passport of patriotism booklet since 2005, and on average we distribute over 15,000 patriotism passport of patriotism booklets annually. And then of course the Flag in Every School program since 2007, my apologies, where we've covered more than 25,000 schools. And we are now just installing schools flags on request, where those flags are no longer usable because of the elements. We've also, together with the Department of Basic Education, published My Country, South Africa, Celebrating National Symbols. We've been printed in 2002 and reprinted again in 2008. And of course, posters, CDs, and handheld flags that are distributed annually. But we very keenly looking forward to the outcomes of the research that SACO will be doing on our behalf, so that we are able then to see how we can sharpen these 3 and other initiatives to increase the impact of awareness and education around the national symbols towards social cohesion and nation building. Thank you, Chair. I think those are the 2 areas that I could intervene on. Thanks.
Yes, sorry, Ivan, I think I missed one for you, which was on who has a final say on the roots, heritage and liberation roots, how it works there.
Thank you. Thanks, IDG. And Yes, the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route is, I'm not sure, I must have missed the question at the time. So I hope I'm going to be focused on what was asked. But the sites themselves were 3 sites per province, that provinces were requested to identify themselves. And provinces did that between 2011 and 2015. And in 2015, Cabinet approved then the 27 sites, the 3 sites per province. And those sites came through the provinces, the HOD, and informal correspondence from the HOD, from the MECs to the ministers. So those sites were then, in terms of who has the final say, those were the sites that were then presented to Cabinet in 2015 for approval, and were duly approved. And I think there were only 1 or 2 changes where Cabinet subsequently looked at the gender focus of the 27 sites and requested the minister then to communicate with MECs and perhaps request that MECs reconsider some of the sites and propose sites that are more gender sensitive and reflect the role of women in the resistance and liberation heritage route, and that was duly done. I think Gauteng then submitted or changed 2 of their sites to meet that requirement. But in terms of the final say, that would be the process. If there are any changes, those are presented to the DGs, of the interministerial committee. The DGs would then take it forward to the interministerial committee, and the IMC would then present in the reports to Cabinet, because Cabinet had requested that we report quarterly, initially biannually and now quarterly, on the implementation of resistance and liberation heritage route. And those changes would then be presented to Cabinet for decision making. Thanks, Editor.
Thank you, Ivan. The next response will come from the Chief Financial Officer, Honorable Chair, on matters related to the expenditure report. CFO.
Thanks, ADG. Yes, the 228 million that is under expenditure, the plan that we have in place, because the higher part of that under expenditure comes from transfer payment, and specifically is about Federation. For in case we're supposed to be giving Federation additional 57 million in the first quarter, you're only able to give them about 50 million. So the target was 110 million, hence the under expenditure of 57. By that time, the MOUs and compliance checklist were not 100% there, so we could not able to make those payments to federations. And the second one is the money to our public entities. Also, there it was more issue of your audited financial statement that we are supposed to have received, and then and also other additional compliance issues, also given the reason of things that were raised in the previous audit, just to make sure that whatever we transfer, it must be 100% compliant, so that we also don't have the same issues as previously we have. So in the nutshell, Chair, there is about 143 plus 57 million and plus 14 million of the IT that was supposed to be done by CETA. And then the progress has been given that there is one-on-one meetings with CETA to make sure that the process get fast-tracked. Also from our side, from the MOU signatures, pressure has been put internal to make sure that at least we finalize these things in time. But for next year, we have looked at our all MOUs to make sure that we also don't put conditions there on your own MOUs that will make you difficult to able to transfer the money in the first quarter, because they do also need the money in the beginning of the financial year. Chair. And also on the PSP, Chair, we did have a meeting with National Treasury in terms of the condition that they've put on the allocation letter, that every time we have to pay the money related to PSP, you need to get concurrence or you need to get approval from them. And then in that meeting, it was discussed that in the next allocation, we need to find a way to relax those conditions, because they are causing us an expenditure, because you can't able to pay the amount that has been processed and approved by a certain committee. You still have to go to Treasury, and that takes some time. That is why we are saying that to Treasury, the condition on the allocation letter need to be reviewed so that it makes things better for the next financial year, Chair, because that can only be done in the next financial year. But we are moving towards that direction to make sure in the next financial year will be okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, I'm just going to respond to some of the questions, also including
Acting DG. Can you allow DDG Khan? I'm seeing that maybe if she forgotten something before you round up you're taking all what is left. Anything new, DDG Sumay?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, ADG. Chairperson, I just wanted to do a follow-up to CFO's report on the transfers to the sports federations, just to indicate that the under expenditure is due to the fact that, you know, we were supposed to get, the sports federations were supposed to give us all of their applications by a certain date, by the end of June. They then asked for a extension because we work with SASCOC. So they asked for an extension for submission of their documents. Now, if that, and because of that, it then delayed all the other processes that we had to fulfill in terms of transferring funding to them. So hence you would see that under expenditure is because of the fact that there was delays in getting all the compliance documents. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DTG Sumaya. Now that's your time, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just start perhaps by also adding and contributing more information in terms of the under expenditure. Just also speaking to the issue of PESP, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. Indeed, Chair, and in the first quarter, as the CFO is saying, we had we could only pay 4% of that amount, and the 4% of 462 is quite low, as you would agree. But that 4% was only to enable the 5 entities to be able to start the implementation process. In other words, they would then roll out their adjudication processes. However, I just wanted to say this time around, the entities, the 5 entities that are implementing PEPs had really made an effort. For instance, NAC had sent their call in March, quite early, in March, even before the financial year starts. But because we then had to adhere to the conditions that CFO is talking about that were set by National Treasury, we could only, even though we knew that they had started the process early, we could only give them the 4%. But we do want to indicate that as of the end of September, that the amount had grown. I think out of the 462, we had transferred more than 180 million at the end of the second quarter, but we will report as the time comes to the portfolio committee. That's just on the issue of expenditure and how and what we are dealing with that. On the issue raised by member Madlingozi, but also supported by member Mthethwa, you spoke to that a bit as well. Indeed, in our report, we did not say we are not ready for reporting. We said it's not due for reporting. and we adhere to the template as set by the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation, which is called DPME, to which the entire government adheres to. There's a template, indeed there's a template that we adhere to, but we go over and above that to make sure that our performance monitoring through our M&E unit is actually branch focused, but also goes to departmental focused, and every quarter we do that. And that is over and above the monthly monitoring. But DDG Mandisa did speak to those issues. I was just also contributing to that. Also, just to clarify the statement that said we had reported that we are not ready. Indeed, we did not say that. I want to then also further on just respond to the question about the issue of the national days. I think even though at this point in time we cannot say this is the number that attended this particular event, but in responding to the question from Honorable Dennis, we also want to indicate, maybe it will also talk to the issue of how we evaluate impact as raised by Honorable Mthethwa. We also, for instance, in as far as national days, first of all, I wanted just to indicate that we have a process where we undertake reviews, and we have started a review, for instance, of the national days, because the focus, for instance, of the one that was held in June, the Youth Day, was very much along the lines of making sure that participation is inclusive, something that has been eluding us for quite a while in terms of the national days. And we are looking at how do we achieve inclusivity in terms of the attendance, and over and above that, in such a way that the national days are actual opportunities for the citizens of the country to be able to, have awareness around what opportunities exist within government. The Youth Day, which was held in Free State, this quarter that we are reporting under, for instance, focused a lot on the issue of opportunities for youth in government, starting with a career expo that was held the day before the main day on the 16th that was addressed by the president of the country. So, and then the day after that, continuing to actually focus on issues of opportunities. So that's the nature of national days, but the review that I'm saying is being undertaken, Chairperson, will further inform the shape of the national days going forward, so that there is value that is brought. I was also linking my response to addressing the aspect of impact assessment. Yes, indeed, we do agree. While we adhere to the template of reporting that is for all government departments, within the department, we also have a unit that deals with issues of impact assessment. Obviously, they can't do an impact assessment of all of the targets for the entire year, but we really focus a lot on those particular targets, especially that are aligned to economic benefits and value that we bring to the industries that we service. For instance, they bring those particular reports to EMT, which is the executive management, and it informs how we then implement our programs going into the next financial years. As we plan, for instance, we started planning for the 2024-25 financial year. We are informed by those reports, together with the reports that are done by our South African Cultural Observatory, which members would be aware that's the research wing of the department. So while it might not reflect when we just bring these reports in terms of the impact assessments that is done, we do want to indicate that, yes, indeed, it is done. And we've noted that Honorable Member is saying he would want us to talk to issues of how many women, youth, people with disabilities, etc., which is the focus of the impact assessments that we do on selected programs, obviously, Chair. every year. The Artist in Place in Schools program, it's a program that we implement in partnership and collaboration with the Department of Basic Education. The plan, much as this particular performance indicator, doesn't fall under those that are due for reporting this particular quarter. However, the plan is such a way that over the year, 300 young artists, because the focus is on young creatives, are placed in 300 as the number indicates. Schools, it's public schools that we actually work with the Department of Basic Education, and its average is around 83 of those artists that are placed per province. The focus in terms of this particular program is determined by the school that we service, and we don't come with a pre-structured program because it depends on the, for instance, the disciplines that they would like to target on. And there are 4 disciplines or genres that they are actually allowed to identify for the individual school. And you might find that it differs from school to school based on that particular approach. Chair, I'm just quickly, okay, the issue of SILAPA, Chair, obviously when we come to report on the annual report on the 17th, we would go into the detail around what I believe the honorable member was talking about. There is accountability and reporting in the space of SILAPA. Even though we do take into account the sensitivity and the confidentiality of the matters, because it
involves who's this Dave Mitchell? Yeah, switch off. No, I'm sorry, acting. This Dave, it's entering, like now, he's opening. Please mute. You are disturbing us. Go on, acting teaching.
Thank you, Chair. So I was saying when we report on the, when we come and present on the annual report, which I think perhaps the honorable member is talking to, we will go into detail. However, I just wanted to indicate that yes, there is accountability and reporting around the area of SILAPA. It involves very sensitive and confidential information pertaining to the artists that entertain our public. So we don't want to go to include names, for instance, of who has been counseled, etc. But we have a project manager that monitors. I think the issues that were raised, we will address specifically when we speak to the annual report. But I just wanted to respond to that. In terms of this quarter of reporting, the only spending that has gone through to SILAPA is 443,000 chairperson for the quarter April up to the end of June. And it covers the area of marketing and comms, the area of project management, operations of the call center, the development of assessment tools and stakeholder engagement. Thank you, Chair. I do think we have tried our best to address all the questions. If I missed anything, I will be advised. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Acting Teaching. Honorable members, this is the first round of questions which are being answered. And now there was a hand of Honorable Mhlongo. If there's any member wanted to do a follow-up, you are allowed. This is the last chance of doing that. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for your indulgence. Chair, how far is the process of the appointment of the DG in the department? The last time we were told, cabinet, what is happening? How far are we with the process? I think Madam Mandisa responded, but can Madam Mandisa give us a breakdown? How many people are permanently employed in the M&E unit? And obviously, if his response will know exactly that this will determine if the department is understaffed or otherwise not. We'll take it from there. I waited to hear the response. What measurements does the department use to verify or validate the information submitted by the entities or provinces or any other supporting or shareholder staff sector that we have in the department, because we tend to get reports. How do they monitor that these reports are not fabricated? How many people, I think this was answered, but I'm not too satisfied, Chair, because I've been listening. How many people living with disability have benefited from the unification on 2.3? How many people have benefited indirectly? Can you give us specifically how many male and how many female, especially with who are living with disability? Chair, I think one of the things that I wanted to find out, technicalities, they telling us that uniform, it's done, given to provinces and different areas, but why the planning it's given of giving the equipment, especially in different provinces, it's different? Because you have listened to DD Khan. She stated clearly that there was no plans for Q1. What is the rationale, or why the equipment are distributed in Q2, Q3, and Q4? What are the rationale to do that? In real terms, obviously, we'll know that communities and clubs or hubs in different provinces, especially in the rural areas, do not have sufficient equipment or attires to play the sports. Last question, Chair. I know maybe members have other questions. Can the department give us this distinguish between the indicators mentioned in 2.2.3, 2.6, 2.7? How are these indicators measured, and why are they separate towards the actual target? For now, Chair, I don't want to waste time. I think let me speak even on Silapa. I've asked for my question to date, we're still waiting. The Silapa project that I've voiced, there's a new company she's appointed, and that company is taking plus minus 18 million. We still DDG waiting, acting DG. We're still waiting for the report. We don't have a closing report. Was it, when you do a pilot, you must know what you are studying it, and when you appoint a new company, in other words, to me as a layman, unless you explain, it's either the project was not successful, you're giving it to the next company. What was the reason? We don't have that. It was done December. Last time I've asked, we don't even get follow. I've asked formal question through you, Chairperson. The department or the minister's office, it's not responding. We have more than, personally, I have more than 15 questions, which I've put it, and it takes only 10 days for the department to respond, which are formal written questions to the minister, but they take more than 2 months. I'm still waiting for those questions. Boxing questions, I'm still waiting for the response. And last time, Chair, we spoke in our last meeting regarding the transformation. We spoke about transformation, and I put it to the department, to the minister. Even luckily today we have AG. Clearly, transformation system that you are using is not working. And I've stated clear, they said they'll come back to us. Let's not discuss it. I'm still waiting for the response today. Transformation mechanism, barometer that we are using, it's not working. That's why we are here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Honorable Mhlongo. With regard to the recruitment of the DG, the selection panel chaired by the minister did sit to go through the shortlisting process. They have opted to actually go and cast the net wider, and they've set themselves a target that at least before the end of the December, but before the end of the third quarter, they would want to have concluded this process, and the minister is pushing to make sure that this process is being finalized. So it is proceeding, as we said. the panel was identified and it did sit listing process. I would want to request Ms. Ase talks to the issue of how the verification of information and take the Tanyane to come in regarding entities as well. If you will, DDG Mandisa was specifically referred to in terms of the issue of the personnel within M&E. And also then I'll hand over to DDG Khan to address all the other questions related to 2.3 up to 2.7. I'll come back on the Silapa issue. If DDG can also speak to the transformation barometer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Perhaps colleagues, if you can just follow that for me. Sorry,
Thank you, ADG and Chairperson. This is Manasu Makwela.
Yes.
In terms of M&E, we have 5 permanent officials. That's the director, 2 deputy directors, 2 assistant directors. The DDG Chikwatamba's indicated earlier that we have about 13 contractors who are specifically employed to assist in working on these manual registers that we get. These registers come as manual files from the provinces and are received by the grant office of the department. That registers who has submitted against what indicator and who has not submitted, so that follow-ups can be made with the relevant provinces. Then the grant office takes those reports to the relevant line function, be it Active Nation, Winning Nation, there's part of the school sport. So they check those registers and they come up with their report. They then send that report further to monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation would go register by register. Have these people signed? Are these registers not duplicates? Because in some instance, you get a report that says 10,000 people supported. When you go through it, you realize that 2,000 of those 10,000 are actually repeats, because when you check the other registers, they are there already. So we'll then reduce by that 2,000 and we provide the necessary feedback to the provinces. Our report does not just end with us. Yes, we engage management at program level. We'll then engage management at departmental level. But beyond that, we then send to internal audit that will then further checks the reports that we're providing. But in addition, we then have sampled site visits where we then look at the reports against various indicators and sample those and go to the provinces to go and verify the reports that have been made. The last on the issue of who are we supporting in those numbers, that information, Chair, we have. Yes, our reports do not show that, but our internal reports clearly indicate when we say 10,000, who is in that 10,000? Women, youth, people with disabilities, and so forth. And that's information that for the first quarter we can send to the committee afterwards. And if the requirement is that going forward, we need to be providing that information when we report quarterly, that we should be able to do. Because we don't just do it in the dark. We go to those finer details because it's in our best interest to know how far we reach in these different focus groups. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
Manasseh.
you, Manasseh. Thanks, Chair. DDG Khan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson ADG, and thank you, Mr. Mustongo, for your questions. I will ask Mr. Tebo Tabahai, Chief Director, to give us any statistics But I think, as Mr. Makwela has indicated, there's a lot of statistics, Chairperson, that we have in terms of the disaggregation of data, and we can make that available, formally by way of a report to the Portfolio Committee for the information of the members. But I'll give Mr. Tebahai a chance to respond to that. On the issue of, and I think it's the same question that is asked for 2.36 and 7, the issue of equipment and attire. The fact that equipment and attire is not being procured in the first quarter, Chairperson, an honourable member, does not mean that there's no activity or there's no need for it. Each of the provinces have their own plans. They know when they procure it. And many of the provinces procure the equipment and attire in quarter 4. Now, when they're procuring in quarter 4, they're procuring for them to start delivering the projects from quarter 1. So they're not procuring in quarter 1, but there's activities that are still taking place. They've already procured the equipment and attire in quarter 4. So there are provinces who then, they may have not set a target for quarter 4, because quarter 1, but they've bought equipment in quarter 4 of the previous year. And then they realize they do need more. So then they procure it, and hence you would see that although there's no target, there are still about 360 odd beneficiaries for equipment and attire in program in quarter 1. So at the end of the day, Chairperson, if we have to look at the overall target, we would have achieved it, and in some instances, those targets would be overachieved, because there's always a demand for equipment and attire. There's outreach programs that happen all of the time. We get requests from communities, and which we try and also deliver ourselves from the National Department of Sport. So there's a great demand for it, and we try and meet those needs as well. The issue of the Transformation Charter. Chairperson, I think the Transformation Charter is an annex. It's a very, very critical document that is an annexure to the National Sport and Recreation Plan. And yes, I hear what the member is saying, that it's not working. We must remember that when we started the process, we indicated that we will have a Transformation Commission in place, which we've had, and the Transformation Commission plays this oversight role. We have 19 codes of sport out of almost 60 confederations that we fund. We've only managed to have 19 codes of sport, with understanding that we will increase the numbers. But as you can see, in terms of the work that we do, Chairperson, it requires very technical expertise of human resources that will collect data based on a template and analyze the data and then write out that report. And that's where we don't have all the expertise that we need. We had a director in the past, and fortunately for us at the time, Chairperson, the director was multi-skilled, so he could do many things. And our attempts to actually appoint a new director with similar skills are not bearing fruit, because of the fact that we're not able to get one person with all the different skills that he came with. But be that as it may, we are outsourcing other skills through the report writing process, and also the fact that it's we cannot say that it's not working. If we look at historically, there's a lot of data that comes, and if you go out in the field, you can actually see the things that are in the reports that have come through the transformation reports. You can actually see visibly some of the reports translating into action. Yes, the transformation is not an overnight thing. It is a process. It will take a long time. But I think if we look at where we started and where we are, especially with some of the codes, where they've now actually refined their processes, and we are also learning from them to use technology to get some of the data that we required to measure transformation. And in that vein, Mr. McWell has spoken about the manual systems that we use. We are looking at a sports information management system for the processes that M&E is involved in, but also in the process of collecting data that will help us with the transformation processes as well. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I hand over to Mr. Tibai?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to members and Chairperson and ADG and senior management. Chair, just a quick breakdown of the numbers, and I'll give in terms of the percentages because of the issues of verifications that are there. In the first quarter of that over 101,000 participants that we have, 2% of those participants were people with disabilities. That equaled about 236 people that were participating in that, coming from various provinces. About 51% were males, and that's 49% were females in terms of the total number of participants. We do acknowledge that in as far as the community sport and recreation program, that is the statistics. However, when it comes to the program of school sport, talking about the district participants in total, because we know we have a set target across all sporting codes. We were preparing for the summer games, and 49% of the participants for winter games in the district participants were largely 49% were males and 51% were females, with over 15% of the overall participants being people with disabilities. Now, that is the case because there are specific categories of participation that they enroll into and register as provinces to send the teams into the national championship. So that will start at the district level to determine in which categories at the district coming into province up to national are they participating. And it is predominantly female that the winter champs, precisely because we had a large number of netball teams that were sent, and that netball being a predominantly or an all-female sporting codes and the school sport championships does increase a large number of female participants coming from the school sport program. I thank you, Chair and members. Thank you.
Thank you, Tebo.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you the last one, acting G? You are rounding up.
Yes, Chair.
I'm
Yes, I am.
very worried. Just a moment. Honorable Mhlong, we are about not to have enough time for this item, but because you were not in time, can I hear you what you want to say again before you, acting DG? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chair. It was a follow-up based on what the response. I had two follow-up questions.
Do those follow-ups.
And the recommendation. In fact, it shows that the department, especially M&E, which they understaffed. Now, the recommendation is clearly that is not a good practice. 5 members and 13 companies. It's not clear. The 7 plus minus 66 federation. Now it shows that they're not doing well. They must change, come with good practice, get more capacity, human capacity, and then automatically they'll perform, because monitoring and evaluation is so important. That is the first recommendation, Chair, to the response that I've received. And the last one, Chair Yaga, the transformation. Chair, you cannot have thinking for 13 years you've been doing the same thing, that a federation will give itself target and they don't meet that target. And for 13 years, they've been doing that. how can you do justice? You give yourself, I'll do these 5 things. At the end of the day, you don't even achieve those 5 things. Now, it shows for the past 13 years, this thing has not been working, and it must be revised for us to achieve this goal for South Africa to be free, all equal before, and then Simba Monye Rainbow Nation. Our athletes or any woman or female, they must participate in sports accordingly, and there must be facilities, there must be adjustment and gap that we are aware of. Thank you very much, Chair, for now. But thank you. Let me not say for now. Thank you, Chair. Was I audible, Chair? Am I still in the platform?
Yes, no. I'm saying, it's fine for these follow-ups now. We are about to give the acting DG. Thank you for this 2 proposal, and I'm suspecting, especially the last one to me. In fact, both are noble ones. The department must take it with them. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the SILAPA, I think I have responded also before to say the round that we are on now is not a pilot. We piloted this program, and the need and the demand was confirmed. The closing report was received, and we then went on a new tender to appoint a service provider that is now running the program as a fully fledged program, no longer a pilot. We obviously had to go through a new tender. We couldn't just automatically appoint the service provider that was doing the pilot, but they also competed and also went through the process, submitted also their proposals, and the one service provider that we are using as of the beginning of April was successful in terms of the tender process. And the closeout report from the previous service provider was submitted, Chair. It's like you were test driving a car, and then you determine that, yes, indeed, this is the car that I would want. And then you take that car and you buy it on a permanent, if you want, basis. We would check, Chair, because according to my records, the last response or to question, I think 2705, Honorable Member Mhlongo, the question, which was a follow-up question on the issue of SILAPA, we did respond to, and there were even 2 attachments that were a part of our response in line with the questions that were asked by Honorable Member Tetwa. The one on the report detailing the process followed when the last service provider was appointed, and then also on the report detailing the process followed in appointing the new service provider. Though that was the last follow-up question that we responded to. If it hasn't reached the honorable member, we will follow up, Chair, through our parliamentary liaison officers to check why that would be the case. And we will make sure that response get to the honorable member. Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Acting DG. Hey, this person, I'm chairing the meeting, please. Switch off your phone. How? Some other people, I was trying to tell this person, and he is hearing that I'm chairing the meeting. So now he's still talking. I'm very sorry, honorable members. Thank you so much, Acting DG, with your team. In my closing remarks on this part of the meeting, whilst I will be wanting your response, honorable member, I was thinking that now we are going to release the department, and then we do our own things as from the point of number 5 to 11. I wanted to say thank you so much. I'm suspecting when we are raising this question and you're answering us, we are saying that if we can be your good selves whilst we are not in your shoes, but when we are doing the oversight, we wanted these clarifications that you are giving us. For instance, my closing remarks are saying that I'm suspecting that there's something that I don't understand. This thing of when you started to have no DG, you told us, acting DG, that according to your I don't know what can I call when somebody is acting for 6 months, and then you take another one and you take another one, and to some of us those guidelines, we're wondering, but how do you now assess people if 6 months and 6 months? I'm suspecting by now the 6 months is overdue, but to us, we don't have any gap because we're having somebody who has been acting and who has been part of this department. But which means that thing, it must be looked at. It must not be put time frames. If the time frames, when they are passed, it's taken as if no, you can amend as a department, let alone that there's no vacuum to some of us, because we do have acting DGs who have been with us, but which means that rule, it's wrong. Okay, let me come now to this MNE. In this MNE, in reality is that I do support that giving funding, if you do have enough money, because these 13 members, I'm suspecting that we are paying, but if we can get more on the full-time members, not 5, that's what also I'm recommending, that 13 members, which you are trying to cope with 5 members. Why are you not employing more members, more than 5? Unless you will be telling us we have got budgetary constraints. With the transformation, we are amongst those who would love to see the equality on the spot. It was enough that we've been not part of South Africans through sporting codes. Now, in 13 years, is not more years than what we've been experiencing before this democracy. But let's do something about these federations. We can't have excuses with EPG. We can't have not people come up front. We want this transformation. We want the equality. We have been disadvantaged for donkey years. That's the emphasis to me, that we are not going to do it justice, as now we're coming to another end of term, that this transformation, it's a lip service. some of us were not feeling good and try to have a consequence management, very strict rules that you must put in that EPG. With those words, thank you so much, honorable members, to do oversight to our department. Thank you so much, the department, to respond, and we are hoping that we are taking all what we are saying as this committee doing an oversight. In that point, honorable members, do you allow me to release a department? As I'm looking at the agenda, I don't think we still need them. Lele Tune, acting DG, we want to release you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the members. We will take leave of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I'm suspecting this monetary evaluation. I've forgotten to tell the department that some of our this what you call this committee, it's lacking going down to look at what the department is doing of going down and look at the projects. We've tried since 2021, but we must put it here in this platform. But until now, we didn't have a chance allowed to go and do an oversight. All this oversight, Sarah Batman, Limpopo Field, Christiani, infrastructure in Limpopo, really, we may still not doing our work, but we have tried all in vain. Let me now come to the second agenda of today. Now, Auditor-General of South Africa, we are giving you this chance to talk to us. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. Good day, Chair. So we will start then to present. Chairperson, as we indicated earlier, we are looking at the full financial year for 2022-23, so the year that ended in March 2023. We are bringing the audit outcomes for the full portfolio of sport, arts and culture. And Chairperson, in doing that, we're also assisting the committee in terms of your oversight, especially assessing the performance of the entities as part of your work that you do for the budgetary review and recommendations report. Chairperson, we start with our mission as the Auditor-General of South Africa. We have a constitutional mandate and we exist to strengthen this country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability and governance in the public sector through the audit work that we do, and thereby building public confidence. Having said that, Chair, we are busy implementing our strategy, which is called Culture Shift 2030. So we're saying that with this strategy, we all have a role to play in the ecosystem to ensure that we deliver to the citizens of this country. So when we say we including ourselves as the HSA office, that we also have a role to play. So I just want to highlight a few role players that are responsible for delivering to the citizens at the end of the day. We're saying that it should start at very low levels where there's officials that must ensure that there's adequate checks and balances in terms of how they spend the money that belongs to the South Africans. And in doing so, they are implementing their respective mandates, but also ensuring that there's full compliance with legislation. And those officials must then be monitored by senior managers that must monitor whether they are really ensuring compliance with legislation. As our findings will indicate that in some areas we identified that senior management were not deliberate in terms of ensuring that they review and enhance compliance with legislation or ensure that targets that are planned in terms of the APP are actually achieved. There's also other role players in the ecosystem that includes quality assurance providers like internal audit and audit committee. These have their mandates in the PFMA to independently quality assure what the entities and departments are doing and ensure that internal controls are in place. And if there are gaps in the internal controls, they must then advise the accounting officer or authority in time before we come in as external quality assurers to look at the information or in terms of compliance with key legislation. And of course, the accounting officers have specific mandates in terms of the PFMA also in running the administration of the departments or the entities. And their roles, the key ones that we want to highlight, which will also link with the root causes later on. It's about monitoring the action plans that are being put in place to address the issues that are preventing them from attaining good audit outcomes. And also linked to that, implementing consequence management if the officers are not ensuring that they perform accordingly in line with their performance agreements, or they are not ensuring that whatever they're doing is aligned with legislation. And of course, there is the role of the executive authority that must oversee the full department and ensure that what was planned in the APPs is attained at the end of the financial year. Honorable Chair and members, just to mention that we have met with the department, we have met with various entities as we're finalizing our reports at the end of July 2023. And recently we also met with the minister to also present the report to him on how the portfolio has performed, and we received his commitments in taking these matters forward. So those are the role players that are really implementing the mandates on the ground and at various levels, like I indicated, with their own responsibilities, some enacted in the PFMA. So they are the ones that are making the right, that are supposed to make the right decisions or to put in corrective action. And then on the right-hand side of this ecosystem, we have then supporting departments. Some of them we mentioned earlier on, like the National Treasury or provincial treasuries, the presidency, monitoring and evaluation. They are supposed then to support the departments in implementing their respective mandates. And then, of course, we have the portfolio committees or legislatures that must oversee the performance of the various entities within the ecosystem in government. And Chairperson, like I indicated, as AGSA, we are not leaving ourselves out of the accountability ecosystem, because we're saying that in shifting the culture towards the one that is characterized by performance, integrity, and transparency, we must be there to support the entities in doing that, even though we come at the end of the process. However, we are providing insights that will ensure that then going forward, they can implement corrective measures. And in so doing, we're influencing them towards that culture that prioritizes the citizen of this country. We're also saying that if they are not using the influence that we are providing, we can also use our enforcement mandate. And our enforcement mandate is linked to the Public Audit Act amendments that came into effect in 2019, whereby we can issue a material irregularity to the accounting officer for irregularities that have a certain impact. For instance, the impact may be a financial loss to a particular department or an entity. So that's the ecosystem, accountability system that we want to highlight, which is linked with our Culture Shift Strategy 2030. Chairperson, at the onset, we wanted to reflect on the recommendations that we made to the Portfolio Committee in the previous B2R cycle. So we have then reflected on those recommendations in terms of how they have had an impact in terms of the current year cycle. So what we've seen, Chairperson, is that the committee has had several interactions whereby they really called on the executive and the accounting officers, the authorities also, to present or account on how they are implementing action plans and also consequence management. However, on the other hand, we are seeing that there's still slow implementation of those recommendations that we made by the department and its entities, which will then be highlighted in the outcomes that we are presenting today. Chairperson, we have assessed then the overall outcomes over the administration term for this portfolio of sport, arts and culture. Maybe just to indicate the changes in the numbers of the entities within the portfolio, you'll see 2019-20 we had 29, and then after that it was 28 for the next 2 financial cycles, and then in this year we are back to 29. And that's in the main because in 2020, the Department of Sport and Recreation and Arts and Culture became one department, so the number reduced to 28. And then in this year, there was a new entity that came into being, the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex. So it moved then again to 29 entities. Chair, the outcomes of this particular entity are now included in the presentation. The audit was finalized a bit late. Actually, the financial statements were submitted late for this entity, which then delayed our audit process. And then coming to the reflection on the administration term. So we're saying that there is slight regression over the term, because if you compare the year 2019-20 to where we are today, you will note that we, at that point in time, even though there were high number of qualified audits with findings, we do have lower now in terms of the unqualified with no findings, which is the outcome that we want the auditees to aspire to, because we're saying that if there is clean administration, it means that the entities are then able to focus more in terms of service delivery to the public. So the current picture is that there are 9 audits with unqualified with findings clean, and then unqualified 16, and then qualified 3. And then I will talk a bit more about the new entity. Chairperson, in this slide, we try to bring in all the entities in the portfolio, because it is quite a big portfolio, so we can't just use the previous slide to summarize the outcomes. So this basically just shows which entities fall into which category of the outcomes. So the first line, the first row at the top is unqualified with no findings, which is the clean audit outcome. So we have 9 this year compared to 10 in the prior, and most of the entities have remained in this category. So there are 7 that are unchanged, which means that they still have a clean audit outcome. And then there were 2 that improved from their previous status, which is the State Theatre and the War Museum of the Bureau's Republics. So State Theatre improved from a qualified opinion to unqualified with no findings. Then the second row then deals with a better part or bigger part of the portfolio. That's where they are currently sitting with unqualified with findings, meaning that on the financial statement side, they were unqualified. We were happy that there are no material misstatements in those financial statements. However, in terms of compliance with legislation, there may have been findings, or also in the area of performance reporting. Also to note that with the 16 entities, there are 3 that regressed. So Artscape, PanSALB Language Board, and Msunduzi Museum, they all regressed from a clean audit to be unqualified with findings. On the qualifications, we have National Library of South Africa and East Eco Museum. They also qualified in the prior year. Freedom Park also regressed from unqualified with findings to a qualification. We will unpack the areas of qualification a bit later. Then the new entity, Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, Chair, as I indicated, they submitted their financial statements late. And part of the reason for the late submission was that the entity has not yet been fully listed in the PFMA. So we found this out as we are following up on the finalization of the audit. So it was indicated then to us by our colleagues that the process of listing the entity has not been finalized, which means that the accounting authority of this new entity must still make a submission to National Treasury for its registration or listing as part of the Schedule 3A entities. So that was part of the reason why they couldn't really finalize the submission of the financial statements. And second to that, when they did submit through the audit committee, which must then also do their own reviews before they recommend the financials for submission. They also identified that there were some gaps in the financial statements, so they sent them back to management to close those gaps. So as it is highlighted then in their findings, the disclaimer, it means that some of those gaps could not be closed because there were a number of material misstatements that we identified, of which the entity could not correct. There are also issues around the systems that are not in place to ensure that there's adequate checks and balances. So that's just some reflections around this, the new entity, Mandela Bay Theatre Complex. Chairperson and members, I want to move on then to performance reporting for the portfolio. So we start off by reflecting on the quality of the performance reports that were submitted to us for audit on the 31st of May. So as you can see on our graph, when the submissions came through, 55% of the entities in the portfolio gave us a good quality performance report. So there were no misstatements or material misstatements that we identified during the audit process. Then we gave them an opportunity then to make the corrections, and after the audit process, 83% then had good quality performance reports, with 14% then remaining with some material findings, which then were reported in their respective audit reports, and which we're also highlighting in this slide. So the entities that had findings on planning, where we are looking at whether the report is useful for the users, meaning that the indicators set are also meeting the SMART criteria. So part of those entities include the department itself. And that this relates to indicator 2.3, which talks to percentage of national federations meeting 50% or more of all prescribed charter transformation targets. So we raised a finding on usefulness because we found that this indicator was not measurable. It did not have a clear meaning, and it was not easy to understand and use. And the reason for that is that we found that the indicator, how it was defined, it was not aligned to the manner or the technical indicator description that the department is using to measure the performance. So which then also impacted on the performance, that it was not specific. Maybe if I can just explain further what we mean by that, is that the indicator talks about federations that are meeting 50% or more of what was prescribed in terms of charter transformation targets. But we found that the department was actually in the measure using self-assessments from the federations. And in the end, the department was also not then able to assess even the federations that were able to submit their data sheets on time. So this indicator was then reported as a 0 in the annual performance report. Other entities that had findings was the Nelson Mandela Museum, with findings around indicators again that were not well defined and targets that were not specific. And then the National Arts Council also had a finding in terms of one of their indicators that we found that it was not also clearly defined during the planning phase, which also affected the meaning of the indicator, and it's ended up not being measurable. The findings on reporting. So when we say findings on reporting, we mean that when we assess the supporting documentation to check whether what was reported in the annual report, is it valid, accurate, and complete, we also had findings. And these related again to Nelson Mandela Museum, where there were various findings around variances between planned and actual performance, and also some indicators that were not consistent with what was planned per the APP. On Freedom Park, there was also a finding around number of books acquired, where it did not agree to supporting evidence. So the indicator or the target reported as achieved could not be supported by evidence. So the result is that the entities then will not be able to measure their key indicators or their performance because of the measurability issue. As I highlighted, the issues around the department and NAC and Nelson Mandela Museum, where you can't measure the indicator. Then moving on to the next section. So here, because this is a big portfolio, we really focused our attention to the department. So we're highlighting some of the MTSF indicators, the medium-term strategy framework indicators that were not achieved in the current year, the indicators thereof. And some of these indicators were also not achieved in the prior year. And the MTSF is coming to an end in March 2024. So we are bringing this to your attention as the portfolio committee, that some corrective action needs to happen on the part of the department to ensure that they can catch up on these indicators and targets. The two key ones that we identified was number of gender-based and femicide programs that are financially supported, of which the department plans to achieve 100% implementation by 2024. The second one is the development or maintenance of heritage legacy facilities. This target was also then not achieved in the current year. Overall performance of the department was that they achieved 87% of their targets, the non-achievement then being 13%. And some of the key targets not achieved talk to a number of prioritized services, national federations meeting 50% or more of prescribed charter transformation targets, as I indicated earlier. The heritage legacy facilities, the GBV initiatives financially supported, and some other targets. So the impact then, as I indicated, Chair, is that the department may not then be able to meet the MTSF targets that are due in March 2024, and also they're not meeting the APPs, which means that there's delayed service delivery. Chairperson, this slide and the next one basically summarizes the reasons also for non-achievement of the targets that I just talked to. We've included these for you, Chairperson, and the committee members, so that you can further interrogate them when you meet with the department in terms of their annual reporting, so that perhaps they can provide more information behind the reasons for non-achievement of these key targets. Chairperson, we also have some key insights that we are bringing to the committee based on our audit work. The first part deals with conditional grants for community library and service grant. So in our analysis, we noted that the provincial departments underspent in terms of this particular grant by 149.3 million, which is 9% of the funds that were transferred by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So the departments included Northwest, Limpopo, and Gauteng, with those levels of underspending ranging between 18 and 20%. So we're saying that the impact of this underspending is that the communities that are targeted to gain access to knowledge and updated information through the libraries are then disadvantaged because they can't get access to these libraries. Or there's also missed opportunities in terms of contributing towards eradicating unemployment because the staff also could not be appointed. So the key root causes behind the underspending is highlighted by the department was that there were delays in procurement processes, and also staff appointments were not done by the provinces. And there were some disputes in some instances between communities and the contractors. So we made recommendations then to the department to say that they must encourage provincial departments, they must engage them timeously to expedite the processes around procurement and also filling the vacancies so that these projects can be delivered so that the citizens can benefit from such projects. Chairperson, we're also highlighting the projects relating to infrastructure projects. We are continuously following up on the implementation or delivery of these infrastructure projects. As it was highlighted earlier by the department, there have been some delays in the projects, which have also now impacted on them achieving the targets that were set in the APP. So in the current year, we followed up on GL Dupe project as well as Enyongeni Heritage Site. And we found that Enyokeni project was still on hold for various reasons. And the jail Dube project had commenced, but also there were some delays that are hindering its completion. And the main root causes around these delays, it's really around poor planning and budget management on infrastructure projects, and lack of project management and delays in completing the project, resulting in variations as well, because when the project is on hold, you find that it gets dilapidated. And then later on, when it must commence again, then there's some work that must be done before it commences. And that results then in more funding being required to complete the project. We understand that the department works with other supporting departments like Public Works and Infrastructure. So we recommended that they must have regular engagements with them to close the gaps that are hindering on completion of the projects, but also have close monitoring in terms of project management, because at the end of the day, it is their money that is being spent on these projects. And there is an impact then when these projects are not completed, in that the community then cannot access that particular structure or project. For instance, the community of Inanda cannot access this site of JL Dube, which has been on hold for a number of years. So the delays also then, like I indicated, impact on the funding of the department, because they must continue then to incur more, because as the years go by, the project also becomes expensive, and therefore the money has to be prioritized. That was supposed to be prioritized for other services, must also then be used to complete these projects. Chairperson, the next area that we want to bring insights to this committee on relates to the matter of Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra, which is an entity or an orchestra that was established by the department through a process that started in 2019, whereby an advisory board was appointed by the minister, the then minister, to conduct a feasibility study. Then in 2021, the orchestra, then the National Orchestra, was established and registered as a non-profit organization. Subsequent to that, the department then entered into a memorandum of understanding with the National Arts Council for the distribution or transfer of the funds that were sitting with the NAC towards the newly established Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra. So, Chairperson, we looked at the matter as part of the audit. You'll recall that in the prior year, there were some issues raised under the National Arts Council regarding this matter. However, NAC indicated that all the documentation relating to the establishment and the transfers that needed to be made towards this entity was actually residing within the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Hence, most of our work then was focused on the department, but again, there's a role that the NAC also had to play, because they were the transferring entity to Mzansi. So our overall observations were that, firstly, in auditing the department, we found that the department did not provide adequate oversight regarding the use of funds that were transferred to the Mzansi Orchestra, which then resulted in non-compliance with Regulation 8.4.1 that talks to monitoring of monies to ensure that they meet the intended purpose. So we said that because the department did not obtain comprehensive quarterly reports from the NAC to support the spending of the monies that were transferred by the NAC. So the MOU that was signed between the department and the NAC provided for that requirement that there must be quarterly comprehensive reports showing how the money is being spent by the MNPO. Also, the department indicated that the NAC must transfer the monies on a basis of 50%, 30%, and 20%. However, the NAC then transferred 80% as a first tranche, which was then not aligned to the MOU that was signed between the department and the NAC. And the department, on the other hand, did not then also question why the NAC transferred 80%, which was not in line with the MOU, because the requirement was that they'll transfer 50%, get satisfactory reports, and then if they're happy with the reports, then transfer the other 30% and the 20%. However, the NAC decided to transfer 80%, which was then not aligned with the agreement and the MOU signed with the department on funding the orchestra. Our other observation was that there is a potential conflict of interest matter, and this relates to the chief executive and artistic director of the Mzansi Orchestra, which is the orchestra that is now allocating the funding to other orchestras, which include the Johannesburg and the KwaZulu-Natal orchestras, because he's also then the chief executive and artistic director of both these orchestras, KZN and Johannesburg. So as a result, we pointed out the risk around ensuring that there's accountability, because the same person sits at the Mzansi Orchestra that must allocate the funding, but then at the same time, they must account on the usage of funds by these other orchestras, Johannesburg and KZN, to Mzansi Orchestra, where they are also sitting as the head and also sitting on some of the committees. We found that this executive also sit on the committee that allocates the funding to orchestras and other initiatives of the MNPO. Although we could not find any specific areas where there was interest, however, we are highlighting it as a risk to the department, that it's something that needs to be looked into, especially when you look at the element of accountability. Maybe the other area that we identified was that the same member is also a member of council of the NAC that is transferring the monies to the MNPO. So there were no actual interests that have realized. However, in the name of accountability, it remains a risk that must be looked into. Then the last area was around the spending by the advisory board. So as I indicated in the beginning, that in 2019, the minister appointed an advisory board that was supposed to pave way for the establishment of the orchestra. So we found that this board was allocated R1 million back then in 2019. They have not used all the funding to date or at the end of the financial year. And then in requesting supporting documentation then to support what was spent, the department was not able to give us a breakdown to show what was the money spent on, or to provide invoices to show what the monies that have been spent, which is around $500,000, to say what was it spent on. So we were then unable to confirm what the money was used for. In terms of the impact, as I indicated earlier, Chair, the fact that the department could not obtain the comprehensive quarterly reports on the spending by the orchestra resulted in non-compliance with Treasury Regulations 8.4.1 on the usage of money for intended purposes. So the department was not able to give us those reports to assure us that they have been monitoring and that they could see that the money was indeed used for the purposes agreed in line with the establishment of the orchestra. So there was a limitation then regarding sufficient evidence to adequately substantiate what the funds were used for. Of course, there were some reports or information that the department, through the NAC, gave to us during the process, but it could not satisfy this requirement, which is included in the MOU. The root cause is mainly around lack of oversight, as I highlighted, on the part of the department, but also on the part of the National Arts Council. And also there was no monitoring also to even ensure that they adhere to the provisions that they've included in the MOU. So we made recommendations to the department, in particular the accounting officer, that they need to monitor the implementation of this spending by getting these reports that are outstanding to confirm that indeed the monies were spent in line with the objectives to prevent a financial loss. Chairperson, I'm moving on to material irregularities. So as I highlighted, our enforcement mandate allows us to issue a material irregularity in instances where there are some irregularities or breach of fiduciary duties, fraud or theft, with the impact that money is lost to an entity or a department. So we are implementing the material irregularity process at a number of entities within the portfolio. But for the year under review, there was one material irregularity that was identified in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So what we noted with this MI, how it came about, is that the department made transfer payments to the amount of 7.5 million to a certain beneficiary for implementing a project in broadcasting. However, the department did not implement processes to monitor the spending by this particular beneficiary. And as a result, they paid various tranches that made up this amount without getting satisfactory report that the monies were indeed used for the project as agreed with the department. So in the end, the service provider or the beneficiary could not submit evidence showing what they've done with the 7.5 million, which then resulted in a financial loss to the department of the 7.5 million. And also, again, the irregularity was non-compliance with Treasury Regulations 8.4.1, again showing that the money was not spent for the intended purpose. So we issued a material irregularity in October last year to the accounting officer, and they made a submission in line with our requirements within 20 days, indicating the steps that they'll be taking to address this particular MI. So what we are noting is that based on that response and the feedback that we've been getting from the accounting officer, is that they are in a process of recovering the financial loss. At this point in time, no monies have been recovered as yet, but they have engaged the state attorney to assist them to recover the monies. There was also investigation conducted by the department, which made certain recommendations, including taking disciplinary steps against the official that was identified to have caused the financial loss. So that process is currently in progress. And then based on the investigation report, they also then laid a criminal case against the service provider, and the investigation was still in progress. So that's the sum of the parts that have been done by the accounting officer in terms of dealing with this material irregularity. From our part as the AGSA, we'll follow up then on the implementation of the recommendations by the accounting officer to ensure that at the end of the day, they're able to recover the monies, or they show that they are doing all that they can on their part to recover the monies, and also to ensure that there's consequence management for the official that was found to be responsible. We are asking this committee to also then, as part of your oversight, to closely monitor the actions that are being taken by the accounting officer in addressing this particular material irregularity. Chairperson, at this point in time, I'll hand over to my colleague, Ms. Sitebe, to continue with the aspects talking to financial management and compliance with laws and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbali. Next person.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I will then take you through financial management and compliance. We then looked into the quality of financial reporting. So this would then be the financial statements that were provided to us by the auditees. And having looked into it, we noted that 17 of the 29 entities actually provided us with credible financial statements. where 12 of the auditees then provided us with financial statements that actually contained material misstatements. After those were then corrected, the material misstatements, we then had 8 of those entities correcting the material misstatements, resulting in only 4 auditees where there were still material misstatements, and 86%, which is the 25 auditees, having then materially adjusted financial statements. So we highlight then the auditees that had material misstatements that were not corrected, which is those that resulted in qualifications, which was National Library of South Africa, as well as IZICO in relation to the heritage assets, as well as the Freedom Park, which had challenges around PPE, cash flows, and a statement of comparison of budget and actual amounts. Also, we note that there was the Mandela Bay Theatre Complex, which then had a disclaimer outcome as its audit opinion. We then looked into what caused the challenges with regards to the audits that were actually not classified as small audits. And having looked into that, we noted that there were some challenges around the daily checks and balances within some of the entities. And we also noted that in-year as well as year-end reporting was one of the major challenges, where 50% of the auditees actually had challenges with those and findings that were material in relation to those findings. Then there was also challenges with regards to the review and monitoring on compliance. And here we are then referring to the review by management and also the internal audit, as well as audit committee prior to then recommending those financial statements. So we are then saying there are areas that do require intervention and those that are concerning and require that the auditees look more into those to address the weak control environment that we actually noted currently. Right, so just to provide more detail with regards to the qualifications. So on Freedom Park, which was the first year of qualification, we noted that in relation to the statement of comparison, there was areas where they did not accurately disclose the budget and the actual amount, and that's what then led to it being materially misstated. Then on cash flow, the net cash flows from operating activities were also not correctly prepared and disclosed in the statement of cash flows. On property, plant, and equipment, there were also misstatements in relation to depreciation, which was incorrect, and this resulted to an overstatement on PPE in the financial statements. Then on National Library of South Africa and IZICO, they are quite similar in nature. It's in relation to the heritage assets. With National Library, the challenge is mainly having not had a complete and properly prepared register in line with GRAP 103 in relation to the heritage assets. And this has been a repeat finding. With IZICO, there were also some duplications that were identified in the population, as well as the heritage asset not being complete. It is also a repeat finding, and both entities do require oversight in order to then be able to turn this challenge around. We looked into financial health, and on the side of revenue management, we looked at auditees that actually did not collect their debt within 90 days. We noted that there were 2, and that was Freedom Park at 191 days of debt collection period, as well as IZICO, which had 177 days. Overall, the department actually collected their debt within 72 days, which is commendable, as it is well below the 90 days. With regards to expenditure management, we noted that there were some challenges where some creditor payment periods exceeded 30 days. And the average within the department was actually, within the department and its entities, was 78 days. Having noted that there were 5 auditees where they actually exceeded the 30 days, and Dizong had 189 days, PanSALB 114 days, and I think those are the ones that were over 100 days. And then we had Freedom Park that had 67 days, and Robben Island 61 days, and Iziko with 32 days, which is quite close for a turnaround if management then looks into this and ensures that when invoices are then received, they are processed and paid within 30 days. We also noted that although there is the creditor's payment period exceeding 30 days in the department, however, there was only 2 entities where there was actually expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was relating to interest paid on those late payments. And that was Freedom Park as well as PanSALB. Looking into the 6 audits that actually are not small audits, we noted that 50% of them actually ended the year in deficit, and that's Dizong, Freedom Park, as well as PanSALB. Having noted that Dizong actually had 1.8 million in deficit, Freedom Park 240 million, and PanSALB at 22 million. However, of the 3, there were no going concern issues that were then identified, but we are bringing it to your attention that it might actually have an impact on service delivery into the future. In compliance with legislation, we note that there were 19 auditees that actually had material findings, with 9 that had no material findings. And having looked at the movement, we note that 2 actually regressed, where the 26 auditees actually remained the same. We then looked at what are actually the most common areas of non-compliance. And we noted that procurement and contract management, quality of financial statements, as well as prevention of irregular, authorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and effective consequence management were the challenges that were actually raised, or the material non-compliances that were common. We also noted that the root cause behind this was mainly that there was not an adequate implementation of the action plans. And this is similar to the challenge that we have raised in the past, and it has actually reoccurred. The transgressions continued to occur. We then break down further on procurement and payments, just to indicate that of the auditees that actually had findings in relation to SCM, there were 8. And what were the common findings that we noted? It was mainly around competitive and unfair procurement processes. And we also provide a list of the auditees that were affected by this, which was Amazwi Market Theatre, Lutuli Museum, Robben Island, Nelson Mandela Museum, Artscape, Msunduzi Museum, and SA Library for the Blind. Then there were also those that had findings around preference point system and criteria having not been applied as per the procurement prescripts. And those were Robben Island, Nelson Mandela Museum, as well as Artscape. We then also noted that in relation to payments for goods and services not received, there were no findings raised, meaning that the department had actually received goods and services in relation to the money that they had actually spent, thus no findings. And for that, we commend the department and its entities. Then in relation to the new PFMA compliance and reporting framework, we noted that there was a National Treasury Instruction number 4 that came out, and it became effective at the beginning of the year on the 3rd of January. And this was mainly in relation to the principle and compliance requirements in relation to unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And we noted that there were some significant changes, mainly around how irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is to then be disclosed in the annual financial statements. The changes then related to irregular expenditure only being disclosed for the current year and its comparative analysis, and removing the movement of the disclosure in relation to the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as the historical balances in the financial statements. However, this would still be disclosed in the annual report. We do encourage the portfolio committee to then still look into the annual report to directly engage the information in relation to the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and still provide oversight over irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We also indicate that we are not providing any assurance on the information that would be sitting in the annual report. However, we have then also included more details in our audit reports in relation to this information. And we've also provided more information in relation to whether the information is actually accurate and complete. And this would not have any impact on the audit opinion on the audit reports. Then we look into irregular expenditure. So with regards to irregular expenditure for the current year that was under review, which is 2022-23, we noted that irregular expenditure for the current year, if you compare to the prior year, it was less. It had reduced to 72 million for the year. We looked into the top contributors in relation to the 72 million, and it was mainly Robben Island at 30.5 million, and then Dizong at 12.8 million, and State Theatre at 6.1 million, then SAIDS at 6 million, and National Heritage Council at 4.6 million. Having looked into the impact on the irregular expenditure, we then noted that it was mostly coming about as a result of a breach or in one or more of the 5 pillars of procurement, which are equitable, fair, cost-effective, transparent, and competitive. We also then noted that with the National Arts Council, there was also overspending on its budget, which then also resulted in irregular expenditure. We looked into consequence management and how the department and its entities have actually dealt with the irregular expenditure. And we noted that the balance of the irregular expenditure, which was 1.18 billion last year, has slightly reduced to 1.17 billion in the current year. And we looked into the reasons why irregular expenditure had not been appropriately dealt with, so that there's a huge impact in terms of reducing and dealing with it. The challenges that we then noted was that there was irregular expenditure to the value of 23 million plus at the Department of Sport, Art and Culture, where there were still investigations that had not been that had not been done in relation to that, as well as investigations into irregular that was also not performed at NAC, and also Boxing SA had not looked into all of its irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And this is there was also poor implementation of recommendations on the investigation reports. So we look at how it actually was dealt with, and we do indicate that there was actually very little that was recovered, which was only 2.1 million that was actually recovered or in the process of recovery, and there was no irregular expenditure that was written off. And when it comes to condonation, only 4.2 million was actually condoned or removed We then break down the top contributors with regards to the balance of irregular expenditure, and we do note that the department had about 450 million, State Theatre with a balance of 182 million, Robben Island with 123 million, and Parkhoffs had 73 million, then Dizong had 71 million. And we do urge the portfolio committee to then provide oversight into the department and its entities in dealing with the irregular expenditure that was incurred in the past. I will then move towards the end as part of our conclusions and recommendations. Chairperson, the recommendations that we have then brought forward are in relation to what we then deemed to be the key root causes, which was the slow response to implementation of recommendations, as well as the lack of timeless implementation of consequence management. We then provide our recommendations to the portfolio committee and to the accounting officer first, and that was mainly to implement sufficient controls over compliance with key legislation and also effective implementation of consequence management. Also for the department to look into its findings and look into the real root causes and address those as part of their action plan. The accounting officer committed to monitoring and implementing the audit action plans once we had presented the findings and the outcomes. And also we had an opportunity to present to the minister, and the minister also provided us with commitments, and those were that he would then provide oversight regarding the processes that are taken by the accounting officers, as well as the accounting authorities and the entities in implementing consequence management. He also does encourage monitoring and tracking of timeless implementation of action plans by the leadership within the portfolio. And the chairperson, to yourself and the portfolio committee members, we have an overall message where we are also providing some commitments for your consideration and implementation, and that is in relation to obtaining and actively tracking commitments that are made by the department, and specifically in relation to the action plans, so that there is improvement in terms of the audit outcomes in the portfolio, and also to continue to engage with all role players within the accountability ecosystem to ensure that there's appropriate measures that are taken to implement consequence management. And lastly, for the portfolio committee to continue to assess strategic and annual performance plans of the department and public entities to ensure full alignment with their respective mandates and conduct oversight visits to monitor attainment of service delivery in relation to that. Thank you, Chair. That would be it in terms of our presentation. If there's any questions, we'll then note and respond to those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Opemeti. Very, very good report with Umbali. Can I now give members to ask questions, whilst I'm aware that as we're sitting here, you are not going to give us answers. This information is a package for us for 17th. I'm suspecting everybody was taking notes in order that come 17, we'll ask these findings of you as our people who are looking after the people's monies. So we do appreciate. according to the members who are raising their hands. I'm sorry. Mr. Madlingozi, Mr. Mthethwa, Mr. Denise, Miss Sibia, 3, 4, Sibia. In that order. Thank you, honorable members. I'm very sorry about my voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, let me welcome the presentation from the Auditor-General and everyone that is involved. Chairperson, the National Arts Council and its shenanigans, including the Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra, has been with the committee for the whole term, and it seems there will never be a solution to the allegations until the next term. Nevertheless, we will do our oversight as a committee, limited as it is, as attested by our chairperson, and really dig down to the actual reasons why this department is looking like it is. Chairperson, the question is, how much money has the AG fined in their audit, especially monies directly involving Mr. Tembe and his Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra, directly about the allegations and queries that are directly involving monies wasted or embezzled within the National Arts Council? Chairperson, still about the 54.6 million rands that is spent on an unnecessary Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra, which has nothing that resembles African indigenous history in its makeup. How much money is the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture losing as they pay one person who's heading more than 2 projects within an entity and is being the same person questioning and answering his questions, monopolizing the whole space? How much money has the office of the Auditor-General fined being wasted by that person? Chairperson, when the AG follows the money from the fast tracking done by the National Arts Council, who are the beneficiaries of such actions? Chairperson, what is the AG meaning that they cannot measure indicators? What is the cause of that action or that non-action? How does it take for the AG to round up their report and bring forth their recommendations, especially paying back the money that has been stolen by individuals within this department? How much does it take the department to keep projects on hold, and which projects within this entity get to suffer? Like while they're keeping this project on hold, which are the projects that become the victims because of such projects that are being held? Lastly, Chairperson, wouldn't the AG find the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture guilty of finances mismanagement? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Madlingozi. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. And let me welcome the report. It was very comprehensive. For the purpose of better connectivity, let me switch off my video.
Yes, we are welcome.
Thank you, Chair. AG, I just want to find out, how do you validate the reports that you are given as truly reflective with compliance that you're supposed to monitor and enforce? What consequence management is applicable from your findings? Because I constantly hear you saying, we recommend, we encourage, the portfolio committee must assist. It seems like you don't have much power, or rather ability, to hold these institutions accountable and enforce the compliance. unless you are only an organization that takes statistics only and refer and pass the buck to the committee or other institutions. How did you resolve that there was no conflict of interest? Especially where you say this particular person on Mzansi National Orchestra sits on 3 different entities as a CEO, which is a very intense, by the way, position, very critical position that requires one to be there on daily basis. It's an operational position. Now, if one has to sit in a meeting that takes a decision on a particular issue that has his involvement in it, as a CEO, does he recuse himself? Did you find out that in terms of the minutes, it states that he recused himself from the discussions? Or he declared conflict of interest? Or what was the process like to then resolve that there was no conflict of interest on your side? When you make recommendations of encouragement, are these based on the understanding that the common approach would be could be allowed to get away with murder on the basis that he was ignorant of what he was committing? I'm just making an example, not really that on murder that could happen, but one would regard ignorance as one of the things that you would, forgive somebody. Now, when you make encouragements, it's a very lenient approach that suggests that you were doing this because you did not know all the rules and regulations around this. PFMA has been there for a very long time. You can't be having people at departments, at institutions such as these, pleading ignorance or acting as if they only got to know about the compliance issue when you did your audit. And I'm raising this question because there's another issue that probably the chairperson would allow in other sittings to look into. Having received reports from the department about CIFSA from 2016 to 2023, when CIFSA has never had an AG. Now, you wonder if, that's why I'm asking if you are able to verify the information that you get, that it is truly reflective. That if somebody gives you a report, you just look at the report and say, okay, this seems to be compliant because it doesn't have material findings on it. Yet the actual situation behind this report, it's falsified. I know for a fact that all these financial reports that we received as a portfolio committee, they are all falsified, but we are not dealing with that matter. But I'm just making an example that do you look at that? Again, does the Auditor-General only wait for the annual report? Do you get any red alerts during the year to say there's something wrong that is happening here, or you just only get the reports and then start investigating, auditing, and doing all that? Because it can't be all the time that we become reactionary to issues. We wait until we get something, and then we sometimes are alarmed, but we ignore the alarms. And then only when we do our duty, then that's when we find out that this was so true. Because the issue of Mzansi has been spoken about for a number of times. Many people from the sector have been complaining about it. But it seems like we wait until there is some commitment of crime, and we often, because we can't apply a very deterrent approach to say, let there be an example of people who are punished for these things, as opposed to recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I'll plead to all of you, because I would allow you to do follow-up questions. But if you are not brief to the point when you are raising your questions, you'll complain when I'm saying that we don't have the second bite, but I don't want to suppress anyone. Please, honorable members, when we are raising your questions, I still have a hand of Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to AG for a very comprehensive report. Chairperson, I just want to make two comments. The one is on the statement, the accountability ecosystem slide that refers to influence, insight, and enforcement of their mandate of 2019. And on that one slide, I think the one slide that is very helpful is the active citizenry which is in place. But I am concerned that many of the good things that the AG has worked out for us is still not in place in government, even including our own department and its entities. So yes, I also appreciate the information that we must monitor that is due in March. That the AG has given us a slide. What specific or where specific we must do. Chairperson, my question to the AG is how many regulatory mandates have they issued, and is our department or entities included in the total? Because that enforcement, that powers that Parliament has given them, I think we have to maybe talk more about that as well, because we've been speaking about consequences, but it has become another word in government. But I think the AG must use their powers. The second question is the new entity, Mandela Bay Theatre Complex. I speak under correction me, but if I pick it up from the AG's that it's new, but it wasn't on the radar for a while, and then it's implemented. But it seems to me it did not start off well. It even talks about the disclaimer. So I just wanted to know if the AG could pick up what fundamentally was wrong with the basis or the foundations when the entity was started, in terms of management. And my last question, person, which is also a concern of the 7.5 million financial loss on the broadcasting project. Now, even I must say we got a lot to deal with, but that one I somewhere lost it. So I just want to confirm, was it in this past financial year? Was it part of the annual performance plan? I'll have to go check on what program, but I just wanted if the AG can just bring that to the fore, so that we can also follow that up. But also noted the positive points, good points that the AG has highlighted, where the department and most of the entities are compliant with good governance. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Sibiya.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation. Chairperson, briefly, in relation to National Treasury instructions on number 4, which limits the disclosure of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, what is the recommendation of the AG? And again, I think Honorable Hatebe is still with us. The chairperson has touched on the issue of physical oversight. Why even AG is saying all of us have a role to play in accountability ecosystems, and also saying close monitoring and active projects management on infrastructure projects. But we are having a problem that if we are there is a request from our portfolio committee. You always sing a song, again man, you all, and for we oversight visit. Then if we don't have a physical oversight visit, what must we do? Because the committee is always prioritizing the oversight visit. What must we do? Awusicele kubantu abadala, Honorable Hadebe. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm sorry to laugh at the very sensitive issues. No wonder who are those bantu badala. Honorable members, thank you for your questions. The only thing that I'm going to emphasize in contribution in this, it's whilst the department was here, this consequence management, I'm not happy about it, hoping on the 17th, when also raising these things. But I'm suspecting that one other thing, we are not happy about the regression, but because we'll talk to the department on the 17th, look at this 450 million, look at this 182 million, look at this Robin Islet, this Parkhoffs, the song. Some of these things, as this committee, these are not new news to us. We've been talking about it. In some, we did, since we last to do the oversight in 2021, these Parkhoffs went physically there. We've been putting our own recommendations committee, and maybe really this consequence management that we must emphasize when the department is back will assist us. But in some areas, I'm happy that even if it's late or if not finalized, those who are now handled by subs, it's something which we all want to see it. I'm suspecting that this committee, both of us, would love at the end of the day that each department will reflect and giving us the finality of this philharmonic. I'm raising because it was not only themselves, the public protector and themselves, they were here to this committee, and we know as this committee what is now waiting for. We were waiting for the finality of as you age now, is you're giving part of your good selves. So I'm suspecting we've been doing this oversight in this philharmonic. We are not ashamed to say that when we are contributing, we're not ashamed to say that we are talking through the information that we've got in the formal commit, but really come 17, we'll take all what we are noting. We are noting the improvement in some of instances. We are noting in some PFMA compliance which are not happening. So as now Chairperson and the committee will get all the information. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Bheki Radebe. Ayingo Hadebe longo Radebe. Mthimkhulu.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and all the members on the platform, plus the participants in this meeting. I'm just making a comment because I was provoked. I was provoked here. what is critical here, Chairperson, is that the committee has got its own fate. Let's say the program of next year is going to come out even before we leave, before we close the fourth term. What I'd appeal for is that the committee itself must decide what it is going to do during the committee weeks of January. Because I think that during the committee weeks, there's a lot of flexibility of people going out there. Because if you can look at the oversight model of Parliament, the issue of visiting practically on the ground is very crucial. I think that also what was raised here by Honorable Mthethwa, that there are a lot of fictitious reports which are coming to Parliament. Actually, coming to the Auditor-General is actually disturbing, because what must happen here is that when you deal with the entities which belongs to a particular department or a particular ministry, what must happen is that the department itself must put people from the side of the administration of the department who are going to babysit the individual entities as they are. For example, if there's someone, if you are dealing with the issue of museums, all the memoranda of museum basically must resort to a particular desk within the department itself. So it is the responsibility of the department to ensure that the memoranda of agreement which are done between the department and various entities are implemented, so that those are the people who will be the first line of defense, that if there's non-compliance, just like the issue of the NAC, that it transferred the tranches outside the memorandum of agreement between the department and NAC. It is very problematic, but it was the first line of defense. We have to agree that as the portfolio committee, we cannot be everywhere because our scope is limited. But what you do is that if they give the quarterly reports, we must really probe the department that where in these entities, where are the problem areas, so that we don't wait until the damage is done. Because usually the Auditor-General's office comes as an after effect. It's an annual report after the effect. So, but what we must do is that we must put our system in such a way that when the various directorates within the department are going to account in their quarterly report as per PFMA, they must be able to indicate which areas are problematic, even before the Auditor-General picks that up. I think it's critical, but what is also very important is this Auditor-General's report, which is coming out very clear. It's a good report because already giving the indications what we must ask when the department comes in next week. So I think that we must go and prepare ourselves thoroughly, that these things which are raised by the AG, we raise it to the department when it comes back here. Just like the issue of the non-payment of the suppliers within 30 days, I think it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable because we find that a lot of people, a lot of companies depend, actually there are small companies, usually in this sector. We don't have big companies. So the survival of these companies is going to depend upon the cash flow. The cash flow is going to come from the side of the payment of the services rendered. So if you are going to have 67 days without payment, how are the employees of those entities going to be paid? Because they're usually small. But what you also look at, the issue of the filling of the post. I think that when the first quarter report was presented here, there's a serious challenge here, that the issue of the filling of the critical post or of the post is wrong. Because what happens, honorable members, is that South Africa borrows a lot of money every day from Monday to Friday. So when we are going to have a situation whereby the posts which are funded, they are not being filled, it means that eventually that money is going to go back to the treasury. But the interest, the state is going to pay of the money which it had borrowed to keep the government, the state afloat. So I think that this report is very, but what we must do, I think that as you make your land, the reports of the land, the budget recommendation and whatever it is, when you're going to make that report, out of this report which you're going to get even from the side of them, you must identify which entities need an urgent attention. You must just identify so that during the committee week of January, you make a visit and then you apply now. I know I'm from the side of the financial management of Parliament. We're already going to divert certain funds from certain programs of Parliament that they go to the issue of oversight, to go and address the issue of oversight. So if you plan well, you can be able to deal with that. But I was very happy in attending this meeting. Chairperson, I think you guys are doing a good job. Continue doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, can you bear with me? I want to tell Honorable Member Khadebe that your programming, it's one has been victimizing this committee. This committee planned immediately since 2021-22. Our applications have been rejected. Some reasons of rejection is the language of the programming, where all political heads are sitting in the programming. I want to raise in this meeting where you do come with, not you as leaders of that programming, you are only approve only the committees who have got what you call legislation or bills, who have been crying babies, as this chairperson to my committee, that this is so strange that in Parliament, the only oversight is about public hearings of bills and legislation. But look at where we are today. And until today, the staff of this committee can produce and reflect the rejection of all what we have been applying after 2021. So with us, we are going to take what even the Auditor-General is proposing, that we must go and do oversight, but we have been trying all in vain. This is the worst committee in this Parliament that never given a chance to go and do oversight. And with due respect, I'm not a crying baby. I'm somebody who take on challenges. But to these members of the committee, we were wondering, what have we done? And when I'm coming to the meetings of saying that this was approved, but because of e-programming, we are told we are not going to go anywhere. So this is very painful what has been happening to this committee. And never mind that I did hear you correct us that some funds were putting together. That's why, because we're saying, are we the crying baby, or we're not having a budget as this committee, as a committee? But I've heard, as we are saying, we are happy because the circular also that we all as members of Parliament that we got saying that we cannot take oversight, we cannot do that. We have started as these committee members to go on our own tickets, to go on our own visiting, especially even immediately of that circular. I can tell that I've said I cannot to go in Mpumalanga because we have told that we are not going to have approval of. But whilst I was on my way to Mpumalanga, out of my tickets, out of my funds, sometimes the office, they do allow chairperson when I'm invited, but now I'm part of all the people of this committee who cannot be funded. So it's so painful when we are talking like this, Honorable Radebe. You know, I'm very sorry to say I've been in Parliament. I'll never see the Committee of Sport not attending any oversee what you call trips of, for instance, when people are playing. I've been told that when you're asking for this committee, what oversight are we going to do? As I'm sitting here, I've been here in this Parliament, Comrade Kompela, may his soul rest in peace. They've been in and out when the rugby and other people who are playing. But I've been told that what oversight are you going to do there? So don't respond, Honorable Khatebe. We've taken your point out of this meeting. The being now a member of this committee the whole week, your advice will have been taken, and our staff is in this meeting. But it's so painful that being a chairperson, as if you are being undermined, or being undermined the committee which we are chairing. Is so painful. Can I give this chance to
Honorable Chairperson, just a little bit, just one thing. I'm not responding to whatever it is. But what is critical here, Chairperson, is that all the committees are equal because we are all doing oversight. Né? So what is important, you are correct, that even when we dealt with the issue of the World Cup, when the presentation was done in Zurich, the portfolio committee of sports was there. Né? So this is strange, né? But what is critical there is that it must go into a report. Né? We've got these yearly reports which come at the end of the year. Just raise those things, just like that. What is it? What is happening? But where I'm seated, from the presentation of the minister in the morning, he was correct that when you initiate legislation in South Africa, there's a certain time frame, just like the issue of WADA. It's true that because usually when we deal with sports, usually is Section 76 issues which are involved with sports. So there must be public consultation. What I suggest is that already that issue of public participation is very critical, because any bill can be shot down in the court of law if there was not a proper public participation. So what I suggest that already when you are going to make a program for next year or for early next year, January, or towards the end, depending upon the minister when he's going to present that bill, to you guys, as he has made that undertaking, please, on the issue of public
Point of order,
it's
Chairperson.
already there. Yeah, put it there. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, Chairperson. I wanted to find out whether you are giving Mr. Khatebe, the right to respond. You said you don't want his response, but it's overriding your role.
No, I did give him Honorable Marlingos. That's why he's speaking. Thank you for the clarification. Can I give now the AG? Honorable Mhlongo, again, you are coming very late. Your name was here on the chart when your hand was not up. Can I give it to the AG? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the questions from Honorable Madlengozi. So he had questions around the spending on the MNPO. So based on the year under review, the amount that had been transferred was 41.5 million. The subsequent balance of the amount was transferred in the new year, being 23-24. So out of the 54 million, only 41 had been transferred as at year end. Then with regards to how much was spent on the Executive Artistic Director of the MNPO. I don't have that figure at this point in time, Chair. We can look into it and provide it. The beneficiaries of the Mzansi Orchestra, we also don't have those because, as I indicated in our presentation, that we could not get a comprehensive report either from the department or the NAC indicating exactly how the money was spent. We did see the allocations, but the allocation does not always equate the actual expenditure. So what we were looking for were the expenditure reports, which were then not provided. Then his other question was, what do we mean when we say an indicator is not measurable? So how we assess it is to say that what is the definition of this particular indicator? And entities or departments are supposed to have an annexure in terms of their annual performance plan where they describe exactly how they are going to measure whether they've achieved a certain target that they've set for themselves. So in looking into those definitions, that's when we can then make a conclusion whether that target or indicator can be measured, looking at the information that is provided. Just to make an example with the department on the indicator around transformation. So what we saw is that the department talks about, if I can just go back to the indicator, they want to achieve 50% or more in terms of the prescribed charter targets, right? But when they go to define this particular indicator, they move away from the prescribed charter targets, but talk about self-set targets by federations. So how then are they going to measure whether there's compliance with the prescribed charter targets if their indicator talks to self-set targets by the federations? They also, in their definition, talked about assessed federations, which we could not really get an explanation to say which ones then are going to be assessed. Are some of the federations going to be assessed and then others are not going to be part of this 50% or more achievement? And in trying to get explanations, we could not get to the exact explanation. And that is why we concluded that this particular indicator was not measurable. And in our discussions with the department, they have alluded to the fact that it was not crafted properly, this particular indicator, and they're going to define it differently going forward to ensure that they are going to be able to measure the performance that they are looking for out of the federations in as far as transformation is concerned. Then the last question was on how much does it cost to keep the projects on hold? Chairperson, I'm not able to give a definite amount to this one, but it depends on each project and how long it was on hold and whether there was damage to the infrastructure that was caused whilst it was on hold. So it varies, and that is why we are highlighting it as an area that needs to be addressed quicker. And in our discussions with the department, they always highlight the challenge with implementing agents, being in this case, usually the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So it's important that they closely monitor the projects being implemented by the DPWI and where there are challenges to raise them quicker so that they can be looked into and resolved. So I don't have a specific figure for this particular one. Then moving on to the questions from Honorable Mthetho. We asked a question about validating reports. So what we normally do when something is like a report, we also need supporting evidence. So for instance, when we audit the annual performance report, if we want to verify validity of an achievement reported, we'll have to go down to supporting documentation that will actually then indicate if what is reported there is correct or not. So it's all about getting to the supporting evidence, be it invoices, be it maybe a list of people that were part of a certain initiative, depending on the nature of a target, or if it's expenditure, you also get to the correct information depending on what is being reported that supports the specific report. So we do get to supporting evidence. And that is why in some of the findings, you note that we are saying because certain information like invoices was not submitted, then we are not able to confirm that particular expenditure. Then the question of consequence management, to say how do we as AGSA enforce consequence management. So in terms of the PFMA, the accounting office or the accounting authority is supposed to, they have that responsibility to implement consequence management. So it specifically says that if there are areas of financial misconduct or irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, they must investigate and identify a responsible person. And then if there's recoveries, they must recover the monies or they must take disciplinary action against that responsible official. So which is why then we recommend to the accounting officers to exercise their roles in terms of consequence management. However, in line with our enforcement mandate, we can issue now a material irregularity, as we've done in this instance of the department, where we noted that there was an irregularity and there was a loss of monies to the department. And then in issuing the material irregularity, we're actually then forcing the accounting officer to exercise their roles in the PFMA because they have not done so, noting the irregularity and the financial loss. So that's how we enforce consequence management, where the accounting officer is not implementing it, but provided that a matter had met the criteria of being a material irregularity. Then on the question of conflict of interest, to say how did we conclude that there was no conflict of interest? Exactly as Honorable Mthetho has indicated, there were declarations that were provided to us in recusals, minutes showing that there was a recusal when certain matters involving the certain orchestras were discussed, which then resulted in us not exactly saying that there was a realization of the conflict of interest, but we're still concerned about the issue of accountability if one holds so many positions that at some point they need to account to themselves, basically. Then in terms of the question to say, do we wait for annual financial statements or what do we do to highlight red flags? So we don't really wait for the final audit. We also follow up on the implementation of action plans by the departments or entities. And in some instances, we conduct what we call a status of records review to see what are the flags that are there that the accounting officer must note before they even get to the end of the financial year. And then we raise those issues with them so that they can address those flags early before the end of the financial year when we do the final audit. And we also conduct reviews of the APPs in some instances so that we can indicate to the accounting officer before they finalize the annual performance plan where there are indicators that may not be measurable so that they can better define them in their APPs before they even submitted to the portfolio committees. Then on the questions that were asked by Honorable Denise, we note the comment around the ecosystem. Indeed, everyone has a role to play, including the active citizenry, as you correctly pointed. We appreciate your input also around areas that we've highlighted that the committee should look into going forward as part of oversight. And this is why we do this work, and this is why we provide these insights so that we can assist the committee in the oversight work. On your question about the number of MIs or material irregularities that we've issued as part of the amendments to the Public Audit Act, I don't have the current exact number at this point in time, but based on a report that the Auditor-General presented to the SCORE AG early this year, it was in March, there were 706 material irregularities that have been issued. 430 of those were in the Public Finance Management Act, meaning on the national entities and departments and provincial departments and entities So 430 were in that space, and then the rest 276 were on the part of the municipalities. But this number would have changed then during the course of the year as we issue MIs at any point in time, not only during the audit process. The final number will be included in the general report that the Auditor-General will table later this year. The issue of Mandela Bay Theatre, yes, it may look like they didn't start off well, as you indicate, Honorable Dennis, but they do have some structures in place, like the audit committee is in place, internal audit is in place to support governance. But I think that they really need to just go back and assess really what were the root causes behind all of them, the issues that were reported, in particular as they got to a disclaimer audit to say where's the supporting documentation, because it seems that there is a problem around record management, and also the areas that they could not correct, to say why couldn't they correct some material misstatements, because there would have been that opportunity to say they must correct some of the misstatements, except for the areas where the information was not there to support what was being recorded. But also, as I indicated earlier, there is an element that needs to be addressed of finalizing their listing as a Schedule 3A entity, because that has not been finalized at this stage. So the accounting authority should then consult with National Treasury or provide necessary information to finalize the listing of the entity. The material irregularity that we raised around the broadcasting agency that was supposed to use the monies to establish the agents and to train young people, it's not a new matter. It's coming from previous financial years. I think from 18-19 up until 2021. So this matter then we only identified it in the year 2021-22 when we were finalizing the audit, and then the MI was only issued in October 2022. It is a matter that has been there for some time and needed to be dealt with. So once we raised the MI, the accounting officer then has started to take the steps to try and recover the monies, and also there was a report that was done, as I indicated during the presentation. I think the last question was from Honorable Sibia about the new instruction number 4 from National Treasury on the disclosure of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So as we're highlighting in our presentation, Chairperson, the instruction mainly means that the disclosures of irregular expenditure must now be current. So the balances, the closing balances are being removed from the financial statements, and also the movements in terms of the condonements and the write-offs of such amounts as and when they are dealt with. It's now in the annual report. So as indicated, our take is that for the committee to still continue to be able to enforce oversight over those monies, they should look into the figures that are now provided in the annual report. So we're highlighting that those figures will no longer now sit in the annual financial statements as they used to. So in order to be able to take it forward to the department to say what are they doing about the old balances, those movements will now be sitting in the annual report. So you can still engage with the information in the annual report. From our side, we still do some verification on the amounts, but because it's not part of the annual financial statements, we do not provide an opinion on those figures. Thank you, Chair.
Mpemetse. Mpemetse.
Thank you, Chair. I think Bali has covered the questions that were then raised. There are no additional questions to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mpemetse. Honorable members, I'll be giving to you now the follow-up questions. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Mhlongo. Umano lahleka wena Njomana.
Thank you, Chair. Namhlanje, Chair, i-Eskom chairperson since i-resignile kade kunenkinga kakhulu ku-Eskom.
Loyi.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I think maybe uMamdudu yang uyeloyi namhlanje, but nonetheless, I want to welcome the presentation here, Mamtsodetsi, and thank you for empowering us, and thank you for always giving us ammunition for us to do an oversight work. But I've wanted to ask Mam Bali, did the minister made any confirmation or did a confirmation to address the gap between addressing issues of consequence management? Maybe can I ask do we have any time frame that the minister has alluded to say, yes, we must have this investigation and this investigation on all these entities for maladministration and otherwise? That is the only if there is any confirmation. And I wanted to find out, I noted that your report stated clearly in national arts coerced, I'll use that word, because you cannot, and the minister said in the meeting that there's no conflict of interest. Now you are saying there's a risk because you cannot be a CEO, you cannot be a CEO in two places, but you distribute money, this another entity just get the money. Now, in your view, do you have a one-on-one with the department, including the minister, to show him what your report says there's a risk on this national orchestra, but the minister doesn't see that? Now, if we have a minister who don't see a risk, but the AG sees a risk, who is the implementer? Obviously, the minister is an executive. They put legislation. They are implementers. They're not going to implement because the principal political head says, no, there's no risk. Continue. Now, I want to hear your view on that. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Matlingosi. Honorable Matlingosi.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Can I carry on, Chair?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the responses. Chairperson, my question was very clear as to wouldn't the Auditor-General find the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture guilty of finances mismanagement? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. AG.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with a question around the minister's view or commitments on around the issue of consequence management. When we met with the minister, he did make a commitment to provide oversight over the whole portfolio regarding the issue of consequence management. However, it didn't divulge specific plans, for instance, highlighting where there will be investigations and those things. But he just indicated that it's a matter that he will be looking into and providing oversight to ensure that there is consequence management within the portfolio. So there were no specific timelines that were provided, but we will be conducting a follow-up later in the year to find out what has happened since the commitments were made by the accounting officer and also those of the minister. The issue of conflict of interest, yes, it was also part of what we raised as we shared the similar presentation with the minister on the issues that we were highlighting around Mzansi. But I don't recall the minister specifying his view on the matter. He didn't really talk to the matter directly, but it was brought to his attention, and we will follow up on what is being done to address the risks that we highlighted to the department, the NAC, and also to the minister. The last question from Honorable Madlingo was about the department, whether they are guilty of financial misconduct. I think the findings that we've raised are really around the issues of the transfers. There was a material finding around the monitoring of the transfers that they've transferred to certain entities in the current year, and including that of Mzansi. There were findings around implementation of consequence management. So we didn't really pronounce on the question of is this financial misconduct or not. So those are the key issues that are included in the audit report in as far as compliance with legislation is concerned, that they need to address going forward. And also some were raised in the prior, like the issues of consequence management that they need to deal with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tsotesi and Mpemetse. Honorable members, in my closing remarks, let me thank the Auditor-General of South Africa, and also saying that the empowerment that we are giving us, but honorable members and you, AG, until a department has got a go-ahead from the cabinet that we must have white paper, this question of having only 5 permanent staff sitting in the office, I'm suspecting, and this rate of accounting of entities, which some are too many, which the accounting is not the way that, as the committee, I'm suspecting even with the department, because they've allowed, when you were saying that we need a white paper, until we get to that stage, all won't be that not be monitored, or will be getting more than this 80, suspecting you said 87 or 86%, to get that percentage in such a big department, which having those who are behind the trenches, when they are given the trenches, the first one and second one, and now when it comes to third one, how come that they didn't even also account in the first trench? So the accountability and the consequence management, that's the issue in our department. We cannot say that this percentage is small, but we cannot also not to say that to achieve such percentage is something that we must also appreciate. But come 17th, all what we are telling us, we are going to deal, for instance, as this committee have been having an understanding that the payments, they are always in time, but as this committee have been given a report of maybe the provinces and the rest, they not giving a report in time, want to hear themselves on 17. Thank you so much. The empowering, we've noted on the 17, we'll ask our department and we'll advise the department accordingly, and telling them that we'll do a monitoring out of the input that we're getting from you, AG. In this point, AG, thank you so much. Honorable members, the AG forwarded some information that we must fill the forms from that office, please, let's do that. We must not forget. Thank you so much, AG. Now we are releasing you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, members. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye-bye.
Members, goodbye.
Bye. Yaqala inkathazo kaDudu noNjomane. Honorable members, in the morning, the administrators, when they were looking at this program of ours, they were saying, can't we have a break after a certain time? Now I'm putting that because we are human beings, but we are left, I'm suspecting we cannot maybe take a break because we invited people who did come during the lunch. Can members grab something and take a walk in your room or in your office in order that let's try to finalize what is on our agenda. According to our agenda now, we are on the please briefing the department. We are here now. Where are we, Solek? There are consideration of the minister's correspondence, ne?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can do that first.
Honorable members, as I've asked the office of ours that they must circulate this letter, which we did receive from the minister, and but I've been advised by the researchers and content advisors that let's this letter which is in front of us, in order that we must not miss any steps or steps, let me try to invite the Office of Human Rights of PanSALB nezoleka ne?
Madam Chair, is the Office of Institutions for Democracy.
Yes. Am I not correct now that we must give them the platform to talk on this letter and advise the committee accordingly?
Yes, you are correct, Madam Chair.
Can I welcome these leaders that have been here? We did invite you very early, whilst we were not aware that this meeting is going to be such long, but because we want to do oversight with informed information, I'm taking this opportunity to give, is it Dr. Herman Tembe who is here?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. To you, Doctor, can you talk to this committee of Parliament? Thank you so much.
Honestly, cannot share is related to them.
When I'm it's not the one man that you always my apology. Sometimes we need people, members like Honorable Mhlombe to do in this meeting, in that we must not be tense because we need to be sharp. To you, Doctor.
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Good afternoon.
If we can just see your face and then you vanished.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No, no, it's somebody whom we know in these premises of Parliament. Okay, you can take your your picture off. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Good afternoon. Our office, which is the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in the Speaker's Office, was requested by the Portfolio Committee to provide advice on the correspondence from the Minister. So my presentation will be on the advice that we have proffered to the committee on the correspondence from the Minister. Actually, the issue which the Minister has written to the committee concerns Section 5.3a of the PanSALB Act number 59 of 1995, where it deals with, after consultation, it says the Minister, after consultation with the Portfolio Committee, shall invite members of the public to nominate candidates for, let me read it verbatim. It says the Minister, after consultation with the Portfolio Committee, shall appoint an ad hoc committee consisting of not fewer than 9 persons to invite the general public to nominate persons for appointment as members of the board. So the issue which the Minister has written said he proposes or suggested that the Portfolio Committee nominate 5 persons to serve on the ad hoc committee that will be tasked with the responsibility of initiating the recruitment process of PanSALB members. So in total, the ad hoc committee is composed of 9 members. Then the Minister says, by virtue of his prerogative, he will then appoint the 4 members to this ad hoc committee. Then, in the circumstances, the PC seeks clarity on the ministerial exercise of the after consultation phrase in the appointment process of the 9-member ad hoc committee, as stated in Section 5.3 of the PanSALB Act. Then the other legal question is whether the Portfolio Committee may get involved in the nominations of persons to serve on the ad hoc committee, as it will at a later stage be required to interview candidates vying for appointment as members of PanSALB. I'll speak straight to the Act. Section 5.1a of the PanSALB Act provides that the Minister, after having followed the procedure provided for in subsection 3, shall appoint not fewer than 11 and no more than 15 persons as members of the board. Furthermore, Section 5.3a provides that the Minister, after consultation, it's a repetition of what I've just said, after consultation with the portfolio, shall appoint an ad hoc committee consisting of not fewer than 9 persons to invite the general public to nominate persons for appointment as members of the board. Section 5.3b provides that the Portfolio Committee shall, in a consensus-seeking manner, from the nomination forwarded to it by the ad hoc committee, compile a short list of candidates with due regard to the provisions of subsection 1a and 2, provided that no short list with more than 25 candidates shall be compiled. So then we have to apply the law to the facts, as here is the legal question coming from the committee on the proposal by the Minister. Then we see in the appointment of members for PanSALB, the guideline on the centrality of power is set out in section 51A that points out that the minister has to conform to the procedure in section 53A. Therefore, any deviation from the conformity tenet prescribed by the legislature will be a contravention of the law. The minister's letter to the portfolio committee is part of his consultation in the reconstitution of PanSALB. As a matter of fact, the preliminary issue is the meaning of after consultation phrase, which is not defined in the PanSALB Act. Therefore, it is inevitable that the meaning has to be elicited from the dictionary meaning of the phrase. The legislation clearly stipulates that the minister has to make a decision after consultation with the portfolio committee in the appointment of the 9-member ad hoc committee to invite members of the public to nominate candidates for appointment to the PanSALB. This finds expression in section 53A of the Act. After consultation means where a decision must be taken after consultation with someone else. Prior consultation is necessary, but it remains the consulting party's decision. Only consultation is required. Consensus or agreement is not required. In the law insider, after consultation with means after seeking or after obtaining the advice or recommendation or the comments or the suggestion on any matter in question. When the minister appoints the ad hoc committee, he's performing an administrative act in the appointment process. Therefore, his act and conduct should be construed within the scope of administrative law. Where there is a statutory duty to consult with, like herein, this must be done genuinely and reasonable opportunity for comment must be given. This is also a source from the authority of the case, which was Port Louis, CPN versus AG of Mauritius. It's a 1965 case, appellate case. I've made the citation from the document which has been sent to Jabu for circulation. Then Baxter, description of general administrative law, describe the powers of the administration and the ways in which those powers may be exercised and are controlled. It describes what the administration must do, its obligation, as well as what it may do, the permissible area of administrative activity. Note that administrative law provides a number of remedies for maladministration and the failure to carry out legal obligation. In the case of Bradbury, Enfield, Darkenworth's Lord Justice, and stated the law as follows: it is imperative that the procedure laid down in the relevant statute should be properly observed. The provision of the statute in this respect are supposed to provide safeguards for Her Majesty's subjects. Public bodies and ministers must be compelled to observe the law, and it is essential that bureaucracy should be kept in its place. Coming back to the present case, the Act prescribes the manner in which the members of the ad hoc committee are to be appointed. It has to be done after consultation with the portfolio committee, which indicates that the final decision lies with the minister. The portfolio committee is given an opportunity here to make a meaningful input on the appointment of the ad hoc committee because the process is supposed to be insulated from the minister's direct influence as the appointing authority. It is noteworthy that consultation demonstrates the legitimacy of public decision-making, and it is of the public participatory mechanism mandated in the Constitution as a means of building trust with affected parties or the citizens and in furtherance of the rule of law. Consultation along with participation in the executive decision-making process and public involvement in the lawmaking process, are part and parcel of South Africa's participatory democracy model of government. On statutory interpretation, it must be noted that when a statute requires that something shall be done or done in a particular manner or form, without expressly declaring what shall be the consequences of non-compliance, the court must decide whether statutory requirement is to be regarded A, as directory or permissive, in which the case the act done will not be a nullity and they only be a liability for penalty, if any were imposed for a breach of the statutory requirement, or B, as peremptory, imperative, or mandatory, in which case all acts done in breach of the requirement will be null and void. A statutory provision that requires exact compliance is peremptory or obligatory or mandatory. Failure to comply with a peremptory provision will leave the ensuing act or action or conduct null and void. On the other hand, a statutory provision that requires substantial compliance only is merely directory. Non-compliance or defective or partial compliance with a direct provision will not result in the ensuing act being null and void. However, the distinction between mandatory and directory is not clear-cut. Wade and Forsyth, it's a book which is on administrative law, suggests the same condition may be both mandatory and directory. Mandatory as to substantial compliance, but directly as to precise compliance. The PanSALB Act unambiguously requires consultation, but does not specify the outcome of consultation. It is mandatory on the consultation, but directly on the substantial compliance. Van Vissen, A.J., it was a 1964 case of Maharaj and Rapesat, enunciated the law thus: it is recognized principle of statutory construction that a court, when determining which of these two alternative construction is to be placed under a statutory enactment, must seek to ascertain the real intention of the legislature, and in so doing must have a regard to the scope and object of the enactment as a whole. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to peremptory and directory provision. As Wichesa, in another book, which is Administrative Law, argues that in principle, all legislative provisions are peremptory. If this were not the case, they will not be binding legal rules, but merely non-obligatory suggestion for desirable conduct. The question is rather whether the prescribed formal requirements were complied with exactly or merely substantial. The minister here, after consultation with the PC, shall appoint an ad hoc committee. In this correspondence, the basics or the rudiments of consultation of the provision are explored and complied substantially in order to achieve consensus, achieve shared ownership, and mitigate challenges to the process. That is the purpose of the consultation. In the present case, the needed compliance is substantial with no penal sanctions, and that is an indication that the provision in question is directly. That means in favor of validity of the ensuing act, because it does not state what will happen if the minister fails to consult. But Stein, in one of his books, questions this test because without a penalty, the only sanction to prevent the defeat of the legislative scheme is to declare the act null and void. However, courts have developed guidelines on this interpretation. It says, if a provision is couched in a positive language and there's no sanction added in case the requisites are not carried out, then the presumption is in favor of an intention to make the provision only directory. The context of the words and other relevant consideration also play a part when it is to be determined whether an apparent peremptory provision is in fact peremptory. In the interpretative scheme of things, the purpose of the legislation is the deciding factor whether a requirement is peremptory or directory. Ancillary to these are guidelines developed by courts as initial tests or indicators of the purpose of the legislation, almost like mini presumption. The courts have formulated a number of semantic guidelines. These are based on the grammatical meaning of the language used in the provision. In the case of Bezuidenhout versus AA Mutual Insurance Association Limited, which was a case decided in 1978, 1 SA South Africa 703 in the appellate division. The court found that shall is a strong indication that the provision is peremptory. In casu, there is a presumption that the consultation is peremptory and only the outcome is directory. In the latter situation, shall does not necessarily indicate a peremptory meaning. The word shall, when used in a statute, is rather to be considered as peremptory unless there are other circumstances which negate this construction. As a general guide, or peremptory words such as shall and must create a mandatory provision, while permissive language like may does not. On the other hand, our courts have frequently decided that the use of the word shall in a statutory provision does not necessarily mean that the provision is peremptory. This proviso of consultation by the executive is inserted for the purpose of transparency and candidates' benefit. There is an overwhelming view to neutralize the perception that the process is politically controlled by department officials who may do the minister's bidding. Consequently, procedural safeguards imposed for the benefit of persons affected by the exercise of administrative power are normally regarded as mandatory, and it is therefore fatal to disregard them. Advisedly, the PC should consider nominating individuals as invited by the minister to the prescribed 9-member ad hoc committee and to protect the National Assembly's interest in a process that is likely to be fraught with executive influence. This is to avoid dissatisfaction on procedural irregularity on the ante procedure of the appointment. The minister's powers are essentially curtailed for clear purposes of providing checks and balances. While the executive function is undoubtedly an expansive one and has significant powers, these powers must be viewed in light of other constitutional provisions that place the executive under the scrutiny of Parliament. In particular, the Constitution provides that members of the Cabinet are accountable individually and collectively to Parliament. The committee should not inadvertently delegate its powers to the executive. In conclusion, the provision should be construed in light of the legislation as a whole and in relation to the purpose it seeks to achieve. The aim is to infuse participatory democracy and transparency in the ministerial process of recruitment. In the end, the PC shortlists interviews and recommends the board members to the minister. Thus, it is recommended that the committee should consider proposing the five names to safeguard National Assembly's interest in the initiation stage of the recruitment process of the board. Then it is recommended that the portfolio committee responds to the minister's request with the list of names as it previously did in the recruitment of PanSALB within the stipulated time frame of 30 days from the date of the signature of the initial correspondence. Then it is not in the best interest of the committee to waive the imperative nature of the provision whose benefit has been introduced. This is our advice to the committee, which has also been copied to the Deputy Speaker. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc. Doc, in summary, what is expected? I do hear what is expected of us come Friday as this committee.
The committee should nominate at least those 5 members because 5 names. Okay. to the minister to compose the 9-member ad hoc committee.
9 members, okay.
Because previously there has been some strains actually on the way in which the process was run. So perhaps those department officials are now alive to the fact of what happened previously, because this is the first time that the PanSALB board finishes its term. Previously, it has been fraught with infighting, dismissal, or at least. So for progress' sake, because on the same day, the minister wrote to the portfolio committee, he also wrote to the speaker saying he has actually advised for the issuance of an advert, which in our advice from the speaker said the minister must put that to a halt until there is a composition of that ad hoc committee. Thanks, Chair.
How is the nominations will be done, Doc? I'll give the members also, but I want to know, not to flout this process.
Just to be practical, Chair, because I'll give an example that why is the minister put on a check in the nomination is that what has transpired or what has been observed with PanSALB is that actually some names favored by the perhaps which could be favored by the department officials could make it to the short list. So, yeah, practical, the committee can nominate perhaps 5 names of people who have got interest or knowledgeable in language. So to be part of the ad hoc committee, because the task of the ad hoc committee will be the issuing of the advert and also just sifting through the nomination, which will be later relayed or transferred to Parliament for the whole processing. That is my advice, Chair.
Honorable members, thank you, Doc. Honorable members, I'm suspecting we have got a task ahead that we must get out of this meeting, try to get names, their CVs, and then we come and vote on those names as the committee, and those who are successfully, and then we'll agree as a committee that we must take them to the minister. I'm suspecting this is the process. I'm seeing the hands, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Sibia, in that order. You're so tired. You must not forget that we are on the 6th hour that we've seated in this meeting. This is not healthy, but what can we do? Honorable Madlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Dr. Tembe. Thank you for the information. I'm very much concerned. I'm not on any legal fraternity of some sort whatsoever, but I'm just listening to the doctor talking about the hindrance that we might have in our country. And in our country today, we have laws that are still blocking us from progressing to be this rainbow nation that we've been talking about. Now the question is, why are our legal cases still seeking validity from cases that were heard when Black people were less than human beings in South Africa, like cases that were done in way back, early 60s? And why in our country today, as we claim to be a free country, are we still controlled by the laws that were never considering Black people as human beings? Doctor, I want to find out as to how will the members of the South African Parliament enact laws that will protect all South Africans if South Africa is still captured by cases that were had in the dark days of our country? Thank you, Doctor.
Honorable Madlingozi, I do hear your question, but are you agreeing that this mandate we are taking as committee members, that come Friday, we must come with names? I'm not saying that what we are asking is wrong. I'm trying to minimize that. Let's give each one time to say something, and then we still have other things to do. We are asked to do that. What are you saying about what we are asked to do as the committee members?
Yes, Chairperson, if you allow me to talk. Yes,
Yes.
I agree. I agree with that. That we need to have this ad hoc, committee to really help us going through. But that was the question that while we are looking at that,
Yes.
it was the question that came to my mind as to why,
No, you're
if
right.
we want
You're
to
right.
beautify this whole place to be, the best place that we can claim to be ours, why are we still being controlled by laws that were taken when we were in the dark areas of our country? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Doctor, thank you for your insight. As a legal fundi, I'm not. But nonetheless, what I wanted to ask the doc, our committee, that is the only committee that we don't interview council members. Can check all other portfolio committees that interview council or board members, but we don't do that. Now, I believe what you do on your left, you must do it on your right, not only for PanSALB, for any other committees. Now, I'll propose that the committee can apply for an appeal of the legislation that says the minister must appoint the board. In other words, we must appeal that our consultation process must not only CVs. We must be part of the panel interview from the beginning till the conclusion, and we'll recommend to Parliament and to the minister, and then the appointments takes charge, because it's all about transparency, safeguarding, and even this democracy that we're talking about, that the process was fair, because justice must be done. In my view, I support that the minister should consult us in a sense that we must be part of mandate that we be in the process of appointing board members, not for PanSALB only, council members. especially in the sector, because we don't do the minister. There's a conflict because there's the question of, was it fair process? I'll give an example, Doctor. NAC, same applies. Council members there, it's like reshuffling. This one comes in, and this, we see it like they serve the minister. They don't serve South Africa. The previous minister, not this minister. I put it to you, Guti, we've been calling for, worst of all, that is a double dipping. I'll call it double dipping. You'll have part of the site he is serving at Free State on the same entity that it belongs to this committee. Now, what I'm trying to say, Guti, we as a committee, we must be part of the process for all council or board members or any utility to avoid double dipping. And we must be part of the nomination process. People must come interview, part of the process for the 9 members. Now, do we have to just nominate or get the CVs? It shows good for now, if I understand the chairperson, which we must be part of the process to check 5 names. Now, do we have just to nominate or get involved in the interview process of the 9 members of the council? And I put it to you, Doc, we must come up with a recommendation that will say not only PanSALB, even other council, we are going to reduce them to 6 or 7. That 28 as we speak, because we don't implement 26 as we speak. We don't implement white people, and it's like recycling. They serve in 4 different board entities within one department, which is it's uncalled for. Now I need to advise on that then with my input and clarification. Thank you, sir.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable CB.
And thanks, Chairperson, and thanks a briefing from Dr. I think I agree with the previous speakers as well as the chairperson that let's discuss it on the 17th, because it has been tabled in front of us. We understand how it is going to be processed. Let's meet on the 17th because we are going to be part of everything. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a common practice legally, so that you would have a task team sort of that will interview people, whether it is you're looking at SAPC board and what. But my only concern is that, my understanding is that the 5 people that that the letter is talking about, it's members from the portfolio committee who would participate in interviewing the candidates. That is my understanding, unless I am understanding it wrongly. So my challenge is that we represent constituencies, different constituencies and different political parties. Who do you choose? Who do you leave behind? Wouldn't that cause another challenge to say this candidate was more preferred by DA or more preferred by, because that's what normally happens when these selections, the nominations and selections happen and interviews happen. You find that there are certain political parties that would then mobilize towards a particular, and I'm sure you've heard that commonly with ANC, saying that they want their candidate to be the chairperson. They want their candidate because they want to, So that's my only concern. But I know that this is the common practice, legally so and otherwise. This is the common practice that. So I would support, if there is no other option, of saying the involvement of the committee in its entirety. We would then select or nominate 5 people from the committee with a common understanding that they represent the committee. I'm fine with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable members. My understanding, Udok, he is listening to us. My understanding is that these 5 people which a minister is asking permission that we must be involved, they will be receiving the nominations for the fully fledged board. And I'm not sure whether my understanding is not members that will serve on the board. We are not going to serve on the board. The members will, when time comes of these members, which are ad hoc committee, and then sent to the minister, and then there comes a time where we are as committee members doing interviews. But it's fine that we are all putting our views, but other things, they need legislation to be corrected. But my understanding, it was what Doctor is explaining to us. But now, Doctor, is the process that now we are going to and fro as members. Please guide us. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps I'll start by answering the questions. First, there was a question from Honorable Madlingos on why are we still captured by old cases. So on that one, I'll say in law, most of the time we use precedents.
Yeah.
So if case with similar material facts, then when you interpret those cases, you use the old precedents. So hence the old precedents in terms of hierarchy of the courts, then they are authoritative in such matters when making decision. Then secondly, on the issue of Honorable Mhlongo, on whether this is the only committee that doesn't interview. Actually, we need to actually dissect or break down, give a breakdown of this whole process. Actually, it is the portfolio committee that is going to shortlist, interview, and recommend to the minister. This ad hoc committee, from the onset, the process is like the minister has to, after consultation with the ad hoc committee or with the portfolio committee, shall appoint a 9-member ad hoc committee to initiate the process. So the task of the ad hoc committee is temporary because it has to issue the advert. It has to craft the advert. Then once the advert it is crafted, then it will receive the nominations. There's nothing that it has to comply with the advert. That is the nomination. Thereafter, they take with its chairperson or whatsoever, then they send the nomination received from the advert to the portfolio committee. Then the portfolio committee is the one that is going to shortlist, interview, and recommend. This process of the ad hoc committee, it's checks and balances because the minister is the appointing authority for PanSALB. Unfortunately, I need to explain this. PanSALB is a constitutional body. It's unlike the other entities of the department. It's established by Section 6.5 of the Constitution. There was once an issue whether PanSALB is a constitutional body or an entity, which we previously discussed in the previous administration, because there were those tensions where the minister wanted to have a final say. So now we have to interpret what are the constitutional provision applicable to PanSALB. Then I think having given a breakdown on how the process will unfold, the members that the portfolio committee is requested to nominate is going to do that temporal task. It's not for the interview. It will accept nominations of the public, which will then be interviewed by the portfolio committee. It's no other task, like if it requires some technicality or those members which will serve on the ad hoc committee will then form part of the Pan-South African Language Board. So that's brief. So thanks, Chair. I hope I have clarified some of the issues raised here.
With me, I'm fine. Honorable members, come Friday, I'm proposing, in fact, that on Friday you must come with this word, with those names, and names must forward it to the minister. I'm still seeing a hand, Honorable Marlingos.
Sorry, Chair, it's a legacy hand.
Oh. Dokotela, thank you so much with your
Chair,
time.
my hands is up. Sorry, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable Msho. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine. In other words, we must come with 5 names as this committee, like from the committee itself. Now, Doctor, I wanted clarity for us to come with the legislature or with the law that says the minister must not an arbiter as the previous administration, because we must be part of the process. Not only this one, I hear you, it's a constitutional matter, but other boards like NAC in our nature, not only NAC, we have several boards, the theaters, we have several boards that maybe I'm not sure if the doctor is aware of. Now, what mechanism can you use for us to be consulted, to be part of the process as you stated in the PanSALB? Thank you very much.
Doc?
Thanks, Chair. Waited for authorization. Honestly, what is to happen? There are 2 ways to do that. First, most amendment to the legislation is actually initiated by the executive. But also, there is also powers in the members bill. So, the portfolio committee, then you can initiate a bill to amend the legislation, which perhaps you feel it's affecting your oversight or your function as a portfolio committee. So it's either the recommendation is proposed by the executive or it's initiated by the member himself through the members bill. Those are the 2 ways of doing it. I hope I have clarified that, Hadley. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. I'm suspecting you are sharing the same view that we are sharing. And I know, Honorable Mhlongo, if it's not you that you once have proposing a members bill, can I take this opportunity saying that thank you, Doc? Oh, I'm seeing another hand. Honorable Sibia.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm just checking. It means as to Duzile, I will second the name which will be given by Honorable Mhlongo. I thank you.
Yes, we are compelled. You are compelled.
Okay.
You compelled. If we are satisfying by the CV that the Honorable Mhlongo is coming, you're supposed to support as members, each member, honorable members. Doc, there's Doc, there's Honorable Mhlongo and Honorable Spear in this committee. They are doing this every now and then. You must not be surprised. Can I take this opportunity? Thank you, Doc. Doc, we started this meeting at 9. I'm suspecting these are soldiers which are sitting this committee. They've been sitting here and contributing. I do appreciate to be chairperson of this committee, really. Doc, do you want to say something before you leave us?
Just in conclusion, Chair, I'll just, because I think Jabu have alerted you to this fact that even previously, because there were tensions in which the PanSALB board was nominated, this process has to be undertaken. The nominations which were made, so there is already precedent. So I'll just advise that at least the committee complies with the proposal and request of the minister. Secondly, another issue which Jabu has alerted me was that actually in terms of the time frame, so perhaps the minister can be alerted just for condonation that actually will comply in the meantime, because there was a time difference, or because it's upon receipt, so it cannot calculate from the time when there was a signature, because before it is received, it's like it's not concrete, or we'll say it's substantive until it is received. Those are my cutting short. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ujabu also is advising me that let's deal with it on Tuesday. She is saying that if Friday is already packed, so we must know, Doc, that we are going to deal with this issue on Tuesday, honorable members and the doctor. Thank you so much, Doc. Honorable members, we are releasing a doctor. Honorable members and the staff, where's this letter of a linguistic human rights complaints report? What must I do about it? Yo. This is the letter. Didn't you forward it to the members?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is the report. I'm not sure if Fiona would like to say something about it.
Fiona?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here. This is just a report from PanSALB's Linguistic Human Rights Committee that looks at complaints that it has received in the past financial year, which is 2022-23, and if there's any validity in the cases that it considered, then it would be referred to the Constitutional Court. Thanks, Chairperson.
What is the suggestion of content advisors to us about this letter?
Chairperson, as far as I know, it was referred to the committee for noting.
Okay.
Or maybe Jabu can correct me if it was for reporting, but
Hi, Fiona. Yes, members, it was just for noting, Chair.
Yeah,
That the
honorable
committee has
members.
received the report.
Okay. Come again, Jabu.
It was just for noting, Chairperson, that the committee has received the report and has seen it. Not to deal with it, just for noting.
Okay. But I'm suspecting after this meeting, honorable members, I'll talk to the administrators that we cannot just note the report. I'm suspecting we'll receive and forward to the department. I'm suspecting that we cannot not to respond to themselves, but we'll be responding saying that the committee noted the report. I'm suspecting that we're in order. Jabu and Zoleka, do you want us to get to the item that by mistake, even members are tired, we didn't talk about it? Adoption draft of the fourth program. Yes. We are both didn't see this. I jumped it by mistake. Can honorable members look at this proposal and take it? Oh, you want me to talk? It has been out. I wanted that it must be presented here.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Maybe the only issue on the program is that on the Friday, the 20th, we are supposed to receive a briefing from Netball South Africa, and they have written a letter to indicate that they will not be ready with their reports. I'm not sure if you want to talk about that, Chair.
I was thinking that honorable members, they did hear from DDG Khan Sumai that they are still, Netball South Africa are still consulting. You know, it was a netball, a world netball. So they are doing that. So each department will be monitoring that. And then as the letter was from the office of the minister to the office of the chairperson, so is we want a fully fledged report, not piece by piece report. I'm suspecting even honorable members, they would love that we must have a concrete report. We are taking it off, honorable members. I'm proposing because of that, but because even DDG Khan responded on that in the previous item. Oh. Are you done?
Chairperson Dennis Joseph, thank you.
No, I'm still
sorry.
with the. Oh, okay.
No.
I'm seeing a hand of Honorable Mtetwa, and you'll follow Honorable Denise.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Considering that we're taking out that the netball report session, Can I propose, Chairperson, that following the receipt of the reports from the Department of Arts and Culture on CIFSA, whilst we still are fresh from those reports, can we be able to have CIFSA rather to come and account on those reports? Because that was the purpose, to have those reports so that we can interrogate these reports and then be able to engage the department and CIFSA as per your advice, Chair. That's my humble request.
Honorable Dennis.
Chairperson, I wanted to comment or make a proposal on your comment. You have emphasized the importance of the white paper. Now, and I think it has impact on everything we are doing or needs to do going forward. So I wanted to propose that the department come and update us as to where they stand with the implementation of whatever is in that white paper. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable members, these are two proposals on the table. There is this one of a white CIFSA, there's this one of white paper. So I wanted that honorable members on the 5th must prioritize one of these two proposals. Which one you are agreeing that we must take it? It's who else is on the platform? Oh, Honorable Mahlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would love to support the call for CIFSA to come over and explain. So I support the proposal by Honorable Mteto. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable. Come again.
Chairperson, I'm saying I am supporting the proposal by Honorable Mteto. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Malomani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think maybe let's agree with the issue of the white paper, because even the priorities of the committees now is on the white paper, the legislatives and other stuff. I think maybe if we can prioritize it, it will assist us as a committee. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, as we are sitting here having so many issues on our hands, Honorable Mteto, since he came in this committee, has been raising this question of CIFSA, which as a committee we have got records that we have been calling CIFSA and they did come. But to those honorable members who are talking about white paper, today you are in trouble in this department. We can say it's a department, but as we're sitting here, we started from the very initiative when these two departments were emerged. We've been, like, I can't say crying babies, wanting this white paper to be implemented. If we cannot call it department, in order that we must have a good legacy when we are leaving, that this white paper must be tabled. As we're sitting here, we didn't go anywhere because we didn't have legislature to go and do public hearings, because this white paper also need a lot of work, public hearings. So we are coming in the what is another quarter, which we're coming to Jabun and Soleka, because we need to prioritize. I'm suspecting we cannot let these CIFSA not to in the another what we call programming, which is going to follow very soon. When is the next program, Jabu and Zoleka?
It will be the first quarter, Madam Chair, in 2024.
I'm proposing to you, Honorable Madlingos and Honorable Mthethwa, that it must be a first point on the first quarter, because we want that if now we are getting this presentation of white paper, in the first quarter, as this committee, we need to leave a mark of starting the process of the white paper. And I'm suspecting we are not rejecting this proposal in totality, honorable members and honorable members of the committee. I would propose that on the 5th, let's get this white paper. It has been worrying us, some of us. All what you are seeing here in regression is because of the scattered entities. Others, they are not accounting. All what is not in order is because we want an amendment to white paper. Can we agree saying that we are not rejecting the proposal of CIFSA, but this committee in front of the administration, which is here with us, it must be in the first quarter. But if now we are having a briefing this on the 5th, surely by in the first quarter we'll be also wanting a thorough briefing. How far are they with this white paper? How come that we will be finishing the term without any legislation that look now we're doing amendments in this fashion because of the priorities. I want to that we must agree, honorable members. There's no winner or lose here. We are all leaders. We are proposing. Go up. Oh, Honorable Mthethwa, I'm sorry, Honorable Mthethwa, I've switched that part of participation. Yes, Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair. There's no hurry. As long as it can be catered for, I'm okay with that.
Thank you so much. We want them to come in account. Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable members, are we done, Zoleka and oh. No, I'm suspecting the program has been with us, and Honorable Mthethwa did write to Uzoleka about this CIFSA, and we're going to even present ourselves. But immediately that Uzoleka and Jabu and myself seeing that when we were reading the report of AGs, we do read together with the researchers, content advisor, with our staff, and then we went and look at the program which we are having, and then immediately that we received that letter from a copy from the minister of Netball South Africa. We said, if we can prioritize white paper, thank you so much for understanding. Can we propose the adoption of this program of ours? And
Chair, I apologize, Chair. I support all the amendment, but until AG, I could mail a chair, our oversight.
Yes.
And I think I'm proposing, because we've never had an oversight, I'm proposing, I don't know how, because who emphasized the part of oversight, the AG. Now, can I propose, Guti, we emphasize the importance of oversight and we write to the chair of chair, Simbize before, and then we have it in January. Sure, he must come now, because he's without guns, because we cannot function. Now I'm proposing, can't we consider maybe 30 minutes, not the whole day, in these meetings, have the chair of chair come as an accountant to us, because always says to you this and that. Now you must come and account. Says, good, how about to have a slot 2024 January before or December now? I'm not sure. Putting it back to the committee. Good, let's have a say, because it's so important that we must have an oversight and then study to whatever. Thank you very much, Chair.
Can I have a right on what we are saying, Honorable Mhlongo? Honorable Mhlongo, the right that I'm having is that the recommendations of the AG are glaring that we must go on the ground. Can after tomorrow, that our committee, through ourselves as members of the committee, proposing that we are adopting what the AG is saying, and before December, let's not call this honorable member to come and plead. Let's for the last time, let's give our researchers, our content advisors, together with administration, that come end of next week, they must forward what you call a proposed oversight in Zwanyar. Let's just do that. I'm suspecting we are all want to go and do oversight, and we must not come and plead anyone who is a member of parliament, and let's just be proactive. I'm proposing that a rider to you, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Zondi. Honorable members, Honorable Zondi, I'm suspecting it's unlike himself, that maybe he's like Loi, like Honorable Mhlongo of load shedding. Even now I'm calling him, he's not speaking.
No, Bengeza Slalo, I'm using a phone, so sometimes my intera but Chair, Honorable Mhlongo and yourself alluded to the matter of the oversight. I think I'm covered with that. I'm covered with your conclusive remarks to say by next week, the administration should be ready with the proposal of the oversight areas that we want to visit. I think that is the first one. The second one, Chair, I just want to second the proposal by Honorable Mhlongo on the program, on the adoption of the program as it is presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm repeating, I'm having an arm here. I'm not just having leaders of parliament of the community of South Africa. I'll never, ever, even if we're having workshops, we do have breaks, but as I was trying, I felt that whenever honorable members were discussing issues, maybe other issues not seen to eye, it's because we want to build this country. Also, we are presenting our communities I'm suspecting all of us who have got passionate about this department because it's dealing with a lot of vulnerable people, the youth, the women, the disabled, the entities, the kids. So I'm suspecting that I do appreciate the way that we're doing things. A committee that has seated since 9 o'clock, now is past 3, but your contribution are very valuable. I wish that if it was broadcasted, this thing, people see how honorable members get their salaries through this kind of work. Honorable members, since I arrived in this parliament, I was never ever getting a dump members. The way that you are taking serious your work, I'm envying, let alone our staff, honorable members. You know, staff of this committee, they are not sleeping. When I'm getting issues, I'll call them in the evening. I'll call them Sunday, Saturdays. They don't have time, but they do envy because they are saying they don't want to fail members. You know, all of them, when they are speaking to me, they're saying, we don't want to fail members. We don't want to fail members. By these words, I'm taking this to salute you, staff of this committee. PMG, you have been always with us. You are part to me of this staff. Honorable members, can I close now this meeting with your permission?
Chair, before you close, I see Honorable Mama Bulo. He's been quiet. Maybe he's sleeping. He's been here. And I didn't see any contribution.
I'm here. I'm listening to you, Mutongo.
Okay.
Candy.
This is other people who will be talking some other things I don't want to mention. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. You have been sleeping even yourself. I called you several times and you came at the end. Today, ukosulele umama Bulo ngokulala. Do you want to say anything, Honorable Mteto? It's a legacy.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No, I wanted to concur with you with the approach to write the program and present it as a proposal. You are speaking the same thing with Mhlongo, but I think this time what makes it even more valid is that we attach the fact that AG has recommended.
Yes.
Thanks,
yes. All power.
Madam Chair.
To us.
To the people.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
to the people.
We also had minutes, but we can defer them to tomorrow.
Oh my.
Two sets of minutes. We can defer them to tomorrow.
Can we defer for tomorrow?
Yes, we can do that.
Leadership of the committee. Can I do that? Okay.
Chair, my apology. Tomorrow I'll be attending in higher education portfolio committee meeting. Sorry.
No, now on Friday, honorable members, I will be going to another bereavement that I didn't want to tell you. I got a bereavement, but I'm very strong. I had to pray. Now I'm taking that the whole of these 5 months, every weekend I'm bearing, but I will be with you on Friday. I'm suspecting even if I will be driving or I'll be doing whatever, I'm bearing again. I will. This is the fourth family member since this last month and this month, but I'll be with you, honorable members. Sometimes I was feeling that, hey, I'm dizzy, I'm getting calls, but because also I'm envy this committee. I don't want to let you down. Thank you so much.
Sorry, our deepest condolences, Chair.
Condolences to you and your family.
Condolences to you, Chair. Condolences.
Sometimes
condolences.
Mkhuleko unamandla, mkhuleko unamandla.
Hey, unsizile umkhuleko.
All of the best there, Chair. We'll keep you in our prayers.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Chair, for your prayer, your silent prayer. My
You
son has
are-
been discharged.
Oh,
My son has
Uzolega
been
did
discharged.
tell me, and I've said, let me pray, because I was seeing all these things that happening to me. The only thing that will overcome and not overcome to becoming strong is the prayer. I've seen wonders when we are praying. You know, the most important time to pray is 3 a.m. I do get out of the bed and I kneel and I pray. But no, I'm strong. It's unlike me, but it's too much. But God knows why. Thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. All the best.
In the morning.
Thank you, Chair. Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Uzonganginominate next week uzongibona kahle dude. Uzongazi. Uzwile.
Engapheli.